Edo must move forward, that's where. Move forward, that's where. Backward never, yo. Man we sabi, Asue go down low, Asue. Move forward, that's where. Backward never, yo. Yo yo yo. Forward never, backward never. Asue na the man. We know. Forward never, backward never. PDP na the party. We go vote. Edo must move forward, that's where. Move forward, that's where. Backward never, yo. Man we sabi, Asue go down low, Asue. Move forward, that's where. Backward never, yo. Yo yo yo. Entertainment up notch, education and more. Asue na the man, we know. Market women go smile, youths go jolly. Asue na the man, we know. I say forward ever, backward never. Asue na the man, we know. Forward ever, backward never. PDP na the party, we go vote. Edo must move forward, that's where. Move forward, that's where. Backward never, yo. Man we sabi, Asue go down low, Asue. Move forward, that's where. Backward never, yo. We know. Power go there, salary go pay. Asue na the man, we know. Pensioners go happy, development go there. Asue na the man, we know. I say forward ever, backward never. Asue na the man, we know. Forward ever, backward never. PDP na the party, we go vote. Edo must move forward, that's where. Move forward, that's where. Backward never, yo. Man we sabi, Asue go down low, Asue. Move forward, that's where. Backward never, yo. We know. They call me franchise, nasty for the beat. Asue na the man, we know. Na the man, yo, yo. Asue na the man, yo, yo, yo. We know, we know. Asue na the man, we know, we know, we know. Asue na the man, we know.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We want to thank you for coming this evening for the Asue Town Hall. Dinner is served. It's only from 7 to 8, so if you're hungry, now is a good time. We have two conversations, one to the right and one to the left, or your right, my left, and my left, your right. If you can just make your way, the drinks are in the hallway, so please help yourself to dinner while it's about an hour, 8 o'clock they're going to shut down. So please help yourself. Thank you so much. Once again, drinks are in the hallway, so you can get your food and then just step outside and get your drink. Thank you.
Ancient sea is calling, all our sons and daughters of the land. The king of the sea is marching, send the heart to the pride of the land. The founding fathers of labor, and our time to serve is now. The glory of the new nation will forever be our beautiful and glorious beautiful and glorious stars are singing over you. Our treasures are found in all nations, and our greatness is second to none. Our history forever shall be written. Our kings have endured all times. Our people culture in unity. Our hearts before the land. Culture, stories of heroes, legacies forever be. Beautiful and glorious. Now go back. I come back. So go now. So they happy now. Tonight and stand with each other, forgive and let it go. Together we can stand, come one way, and the future lies in us. Teach our children to teach They can put it onto the screen now. Ask me. If you get a major give me for WhatsApp. That's my job.
We have Dr. Hello, but finally I met you.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. I hope they hear you. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Dr. Elizabeth Oruwa Ogie, and I've been in America for like 39 years, so I'm here to support what I came in, so I just get it started. So I've said along on the social media, so you just pack it and start sharing and start letting everyone know this is the right way to go. Dr. Asue and Mr. Ogie is the right way to go. If I'm vouching for them, you have no fear. God bless you.
Thank you.
Praise God. How you doing? I heard that I can see that you're the one doing the final and the close out. And they said you're always featuring on the platforms at home. Oh, God bless you. Listen, sometimes you need someone to make that noise and let the people be more attentive to what's really happening. And don't stop crying. There's always something about the town crier. When you think about the town criers in the village time, well, that's the job you're doing. Are you kidding me? I didn't even know. God is not going to move you over to Jesus' name. You know? Because you are doing it from the heart. It's something that moves your spirit, that moves your heart. Everyone has a role to play at some point. But they can't have the role to play.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, good evening. Okay, I just want to let you know that Asue is 5 minutes away. Okay, I just want to keep you guys on cue. It's 5 minutes away. And once he comes in, he'll be walking by the beautiful Edo dancers. All right, that's just a cue. Thank you. Hello, gentlemen. Our man honor is coming in. Everybody get up, get up, get up, get up. Get up and clap your hands. Clap your hands for the incoming governor. Incoming governor. Put up your hands. Clap, 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 Mr. Governor, I can hear you. Who is the new governor coming in? I can hear you. Who is our incoming governor? Asue. You know where he was? You know where he was? Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our incoming governor. Here's his beautiful wife, Igodalo.
Put your hands together for Miss Igodalo. Graduate the house.
If you love me,
My beautiful adult dancer, you're looking good. You're looking good for Asue. We love you. We love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Thank you so much. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Asue. Please have a seat. The program is starting. Asue Lights by Echo Light. Please have a seat. The dancers, they want to have a picture with our incoming governor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you want some food, now is the time because they're shutting it down in 15 minutes. Please make your way to the left or to the right hand of the station before they shut down, please. Thank you. We need to get started. Thank you. Please take your seat or grab some food. Let's get this show.
culture student. I don't think the governor. Let's go. Emmanuel Tabi, the next governor. All right. Oh yeah, who's your guy? Okay, stop. That's okay. Asue is our guy. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Guess who is here? Guess who's here? Ogie. Ogie is here. Put your hands together for the incoming deputy governor. AO2 square. Oh yeah, Mr. DJ, give us music. Jesse. I hope you guys are happy. This is a different governor. Different deputy. Come in. Power. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. The night is just beginning. Settle down, respect. Settle down, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have much time for this evening. Our guests of honor are here. We need Asue to talk for us tonight. Please, can you take your seat, please? Please, can we ask everyone to please sit down,
Hello, settle down.
Please take your seat,
No. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
please take your seat.
please take a seat. We'll start it.
Please take your seat, please. We have to get started. Please take your seat, please.
Take a seat, please. Thank you. I know you said thank you, but you know what? We're just beginning. Yeah. Everybody. Okay, please be seated, or you remain standing for the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like everybody to please stand up to the Edo National Anthem. If you're from Edo State, you have to sing the national anthem.
Thank you. Okay, please, can the governor be seated, please? Everybody around the governor, please grab your seat. Thank you, thank you. We have to respect Edo National Anthem. Edo National Anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Edo National Anthem is about to start. When you hear beautiful Edo, let your hand go like this. Beautiful Edo, you raise your hand and you go like this. Are you ready? Yes. Let's take it away.
Edo Anthem. It will be in the spring, so it will.
The ancient sea is calling. The king of the sea is marching. Stand up to the pride of the land. The founding fathers have made order. And our time to serve is now. The glory of the new nation will forever be our pride. Beautiful and glorious and to the heartbeats of Nigeria. Beautiful and glorious and sons are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Our treasures are found in all nations, and our greatness is second to none. Our history forever shall be written. Our kings are eternal times. Our people culture in unity. Our hearts beat for the land. Which culture stories of heroes, legacies forever. Beautiful and glorious and you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful and glorious and stars are singing over you. You're the land people to me. To understand, stand with each other. Forgive and let it go. To let me stand on God and the future lies in us. Teach our children to teach their children what our fathers taught. To fear and love the Creator, only then shall we succeed. Oh, and all you're a promise of Nigeria, beautiful and glorious, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be.
Please remain standing, please. Remain standing. We'll have the opening prayer by Pastor Asue. The Keynote prayer to Ogie. You told me the incoming governor is your brother's son. That's the first one right there. Put your hands together for
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. I said, praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So good. We want to crown the next governor of the state. Because if you want to be the governor of the Edo State, if you don't come to New York City, it's not going to happen.
that right.
It's here now, and it's going to happen. In the name of Jesus. Amen. So if you have your car or your laptop, this is time to just take it off for 1 minute. And let's pray for our incoming governor of Edo State and incoming deputy governor of Edo State.
and the wife. So let's pray. Before I pray, I want to sing this song, thank you song, or thank you song. What shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. What shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, thank you, Lord. Thank you, thank you, Lord. All I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. We talk about choir after this song. We talk about choir. Number one. Thank you very much. So let's bow our head for prayer. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, by the power of the Holy Spirit, by the blood of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we come boldly before your throne of grace. Lord, we thank you because this is the day you have made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for your presence with us right now. We thank you for the breakthroughs that we are going to get here today. Thank you for everything that you have done for our incoming governor and the deputy. My Lord and my Father, as we are here this evening, we plead the blood of Jesus over this event. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. We lift up the incoming governor and the deputy governor and the incoming first lady of those territories in Holy Land. May you continue to protect them. May you continue to guide them. Don't let no weapon fashion against them to prosper. In the mighty name of Jesus. We pray that they continue to be gracious in the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, you said the word, they shall surely gather together. But nobody's incoming governor and work under them. Pastor, whoever can gather against them shall fall for your sake. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, may you continue to supply their needs. According to your riches in glory by Christ. I pray, oh God, let the blessings of God make them rich and add no sorrow to it. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, let them receive word from God and go word of joy. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. My Lord and my Father, we pray that God let Christ pay. Let them be saved, Christ and pay. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Thank you, everlasting Father, for the people that are here. You bless this event. You bless them. Come in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father, in the name of the Father, name of the Son, name of the Holy Spirit. Let the children of God shout a thunderous. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. We can come to you. Your brother Ogie was the founding member of PDP. We recognize him. Thank you very much. My co-MC has a question, and that question is very tricky, but she's going to do the trick.
Ladies and gentlemen, who is our guide? Who is your guide? From where to where?
Who is your guy? Who wanna talk now? Hey, Asue is your guy. Asue and Ogie, they are our guy.
If Asue and Ogie are not saving a those things, what is Asue doing? Does anybody know what his favorite pastime is?
We want to know what did they make Asue people in what they look at me on. What did they make our incoming government people?
Nobody. Then he's not your guy, though. He's my guy, though, because I know, but someone needs to know. Okay. The first lady behind every successful man, there is a powerful woman. That's too easy. That is easy. That is not his favorite pastime. She is rock. He is rock man. There is rock. So what is his favorite pastime? Nobody.
Oh yeah, now. Who know the pastime? Who knows the pastime? You play golf. You don't say play golf. Over. Who actually play golf?
Football. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause.
He said, when you football is football. You are American.
We need to go back home because we're on those things.
Oh, okay. So you take together.
We will talk it.
That won't miss soccer and football.
That's all I'm okay. That's for your boy. We can't have that in any way. My co-host, what's next?
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we want to call Pastoral. Sorry. Pastor Raymond Asue. Before I go that way, put your hands together for our deputy governor, sitting next to the governor. Thank you. And this guy standing here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have to follow protocol. We are Edo people. We believe in protocol. In front of our governor, we have a plate of cola nuts. A plate of cola nuts is sitting right there. They said prayer is not too much. So we're going to look for the oldest Edo person here. From Benin, the oldest Edo person, please come and touch and pray for us.
How do we know the oldest person?
You will look face now.
They're about to pray over the courthouse, ladies and gentlemen.
Governor, the good man here, no bad. A woman here, who are buying. Hey, you're buying. The one with the boy. Yes, you're there. If you might find it out to what? If I am working at now, oh, I am going to do what? They are very timid and why I do not believe every money now walking my home apart from you. Why am I do? If you have to weekend glory in the river, why am I? If you want to be Montana, I'm going to live up again. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni wáyà sí ẹ̀rẹ́ náà lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ayé o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni Jésù ló ń yá máa o. Ìjọba rẹ̀ ló ń yá máa o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ìdí ló ń yá máa yá pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́. Ìgbọ́n náà làrú ọ̀pá náà ló ń bá ọwọ́ àgbẹ̀ ọwọ́ sàdé náà. Wàá kí omi ó yà. Òkè àlùwà láti á. Òkè náà ẹ̀ lè gbé. Òkè ọ̀sẹ̀ ló na ká yìí. Òkè ó nìyẹn. Àlàyé àyànmọ́, àyànnámẹ̀, àyànmẹ̀wò lọ́kọ̀ wà. Òkè àwọn olùwà lókè ọ̀fẹ́ olùwà lè sùnwà. Ẹ̀pẹ̀ náà. Wàyà nílé wàyà lámà o. Wàyí má bí dé. Wà á ọ̀gẹ́dẹ́ fún wáyà lóru. Èkèrè wàlílé ayé ya fẹ́fẹ́ kò dá ọ̀dá wàhálà rẹ̀. Lọ́wọ́ yẹn gbàlódà wà má gbéra lẹ́ ẹ̀gbéra. Wà á so wà á kí á pàṣẹ wà lọ́wọ́ ma. Pàṣẹ wà lọ́wọ́ náà. Òkèlè máa ń tó dáná. Ìdọ́lé mi máa nọ bàtíyá. Bàtíyá. Ajá ìwòye. Àti àwọn àyàmì nínú ọ̀kẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́ ni a máa bí ègbé yẹ pẹ̀tì. Ẹgbẹ̀tì ní ìnáwó náà bí ègbé yìí. Kí ẹni máa dìde, kènílé ìdàrẹ́ ọ̀nà wà láwà tó bá nà tó wá ní ẹgbẹ̀tì ó ní àyà ègbé yìí máa yẹ. Wà yàrá máa wà kí ọmọ wà kí o tó kí o sànù wà. Wà á yọ owó ẹ̀kẹ́ náà, wà á kí o tó. Ọba àtọ́kẹ́ ooo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this time will be remote concert. Right now, we're going to call Pastoral to give us some opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Power to the people. Power to the witness. Power to the youth. Power to the people. Thank you. Thank you for your opportunity that you are giving to all to host.
Attention, please.
To host the county government and the county government and the first lady. We want to say welcome to Apple, Big Apple. It's not a coincidence that they are having us in New York tour and the American tour in New York because this is what happens. This is what is going to happen. And this is where we are going to actually usher into that totalitarian army. Is that also? Yes. Is that also? Yes. And
is to listen to our capacity concept. We will do in fact what is concerned, and we're going to listen. And please note your questions. Even as it's releasing the presentation, at the end of the day, you will answer your question all. If you still have anything left, please, he's ready to answer. He doesn't touch questions. He doesn't run away from questions. Like other, I don't want to say it. The running of television, there's running with the question for them. But today, our incoming is going to answer the question. Welcome, my incoming governor. Welcome, my incoming first lady. Welcome, my incoming deputy governor. Thank you very much. Another one thing that I'm going to use that we are here today is because we love people in the diaspora. The diaspora has a lot of things to do for the incoming government. We need to call our families at home. We need to talk to them. We need to vote and mass. When we vote in mass, there will be no reading. When we vote and it's overwhelming, there's no way we can be done. So we need to call our homes and we need to tell them who to vote for. Everybody here has 10 people. That say, more than 10 but in class. So call them and make sure that they vote. And when they vote, they defend their vote. And when you defend your vote from the unit to the world, from the world to the local government, from the local government to where? To the state.
All right.
Our government will defend you.
Thank you.
Power to the people. Power to the people.
For the purpose, it's PDP power to the people, but for the purpose of the election, when you say PDP, then you say Asue for governor. Then when you say Asue for governor, you say Ogie for deputy. Then when you say Ogie for deputy, then you go Dua. So PDP.
I call this guy go sleep. He did Manchester from UK. We call it 2 o'clock is up, 8 o'clock is up. I don't know how you do it. This is Pastor Raymond Osariman.
Good evening, everybody. We want to thank God for another day. Thank you so much for putting on this show together for us. I want to thank all the organizing committee. We are here this evening for a business. We are here to hear the incoming governor and his deputy telling us their plan and the strategy they want to put in place to take Edo State into the next level. These two men are God-ordained people, anointed for the same time. I really believe God has remembered Edo State because we are actually the heartbeat of Nigeria. And because the heartbeat of Nigeria needs people who know what to do to really make Nigeria as a whole serious. And it is an opportunity for me to also introduce to the board. I don't want to waste time because Mr. Pastoral and Barristers Ogie have something to tell everyone in New York, everyone in America. And somebody said yesterday, just allow you to speak. Once you speak, you get carried away. You are persuaded to somebody. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, I want you to join us. I bring to the podium the one and only Dr. Barrister Asue by the grace of God, on 21st of September, when every one of us is going to vote for him. Please put our hands together as we come to the podium.
Please stay. Thank you very much. Yeah, cameraman, come on to the next one. So this is a special one. I'm sorry I'm going to take a bit of time before I go into my presentation. It's a special one because over my life, New York has been kind to me. So I always like coming to New York, but in short doses, not on 5, 6 days. Because my wife used to say I'm one of the craziest persons she knew. Because I used to do one day trip to New York, one day trip to New York back to back. But New York has been kind to me. So I'm really glad to be back in this city. Secondly, this is the last of our diaspora trips and the diaspora We've gone through Italy, we've gone through Germany, we've gone through the UK, we've gone all over Europe, and then we came to the United States. But let me start by asking my brothers and sisters in Boston, I tell you that I'm really sorry. Because, you know, for some of them, I really gnashed our teeth to accommodate Boston and Toronto. But, you know, I know my sister, my wife wanted to go to Maryland. But we were looking at Boston and Toronto first, and we really wanted to make it. And then some guys wanted us to come to Chicago too. But honestly, if you guys know what's waiting for us in Lagos and Benin and Abuja, you will release us to go after the day. We have 35 days to the election, and there are going to be 35 truly tough days. We still have a lot of ground to cover. We started the word-to-word second-time round, word-to-word campaign, second-time round, and then we had to suspend it for a few days because there was this national protest. So we're going to restart that, and we still have to cover. We've done about 40 words now. We've done about 40, so we still have about 150 all to go. So that means not sleeping for the next 30 days. So please forgive us. I saw a few guys from Boston here, please forgive us, and ask the guys in Boston to forgive us. And the guys from Toronto, please ask them to forgive us. And when we're in office, we'll come back and say hello. Okay? All right. But I'm truly, and we're both truly happy to be here. Because all great things, or many great things happen in this city. So we're truly happy to be here. And we thank you all for coming. We thank you all for taking the time. It's not easy. Today is a work day, it's a Friday night, but still, you know, it's time to just go home and just carry your feet up and just sleep after a tough week. But you're all here, so we thank you. We're truly grateful. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank especially a few people who worked tirelessly. They worked extremely hard, very hard to make this happen. And I can't help but thank them. I'll thank Ralph Thank you. I think I should have my glasses on. Asue, Commissioner. And Rafi came a long way. Where are you, ma'am? She just went there. Okay. Napoleon, come on, ma'am. Thank you. Joseph Oluko, where are you, Joseph? Come on, you open and say. And I know there are a few other people who worked hard. And I thank each and every one of you. I thank you. Because I know it's not been easy putting this off. Sacrificing time, money, effort, hard work. And there are a couple of other people I want to acknowledge. Who have also joined in putting this together. Dr. Dagosa, Professor Helen Zamari, Professor Patricia Fadaka, Dr. Philip Bawinia, Dr. We Malaka, okay. We stand up. We that's our Commissioner for Arts and Culture. Prince Francis Ogoye, Dr. Grace Noma. This time, Mrs. Charles Onawe. Then I will acknowledge, Ufiawe. I'd like to acknowledge our commissioners that are here, officials of state government. I'm learning protocol. I hope I get good at it. But Ubede, Falu Yisibo, our commissioner for activity, we Malaka has already been introduced. Lady Sumbo, who is Special Advisor to the Governor on Political Affairs. You know, about a week ago, I was introducing my deputy as Secretary of State. I keep forgetting it's no longer Secretary of State. Okay. There are a couple of other people, Dr. Lizzie Ojuko, Mr. Fair, Prince Semi Erio, and of course, Honorable Ima Usula. There are a couple of people that may have missed out, but I apologize, forgive me. I'd also like to acknowledge here my older sister, my big brother, Senator Ehige Zamere, my younger brother, Joe Okoje, the Prince. And Joe has been with me nearly everywhere, you know. And now, I said this somewhere yesterday, was yesterday or the day before yesterday. Sometimes I get confused, you know. Who do I call first, my partner or my wife, or who do I call last? So I suspect that not to get into too much trouble, my partner will understand. My partner, we're going to run this race together. We're going to tell the state complete the third world empowerment, the first world empowerment. And we're going to make all you guys really proud. Yes. My partner, Barrister Pastoral, and my wife. I thank her very much. My wife, very much. And then if I sit, I just saw one of them giving me a glare. So I have 3 kids here. I'll call my kids, you know. Kolako and Ugo. And I told you, long story, but I can't explain it. I can't stand up. And then I got to the and I met Joe short and say, easy, talk, you know. Thank you. Done, guys. And then I see my cousins here, I see our friends, I see people from all over, people that come all the way from Lagos and all over the world. Hey! I thank you all, and I'm truly proud to be doing this. I'm really, Eric, forgive me. Yeah. But I'm glad. And I'm going to try to make this flyer. Forgive me. I'm going to try to make this my best presentation yet. I'm going to try. Because, guys, we need you guys in the States. And that's why we've come here. And that's why we spend so much time and so much effort. We truly need you guys in the States. We need you guys to help us turn the state around. We need you guys to come back on holiday, like
I said, I think it was in Atlanta or Houston, if you come back on holiday twice a year and you spend $2,000, don't not in Lagos, come to Benin and go home. And you spend $2,000 each time. That makes a significant difference to our economy. Significant. Not mild difference, significant difference. Then if you bring a friend, or you encourage friends to come as tourists, then imagine investing, not just building a house, but truly investing in investment opportunities that I'll talk about. The whole economy of Edo State changes. Even without Osaro and I working hard, we double revenue, we double GDP, the whole economy changes, and we're fast on the way to becoming a first world country. Then imagine us working very hard. So without working hard, just getting you guys to come back home and do the things that you should be doing, the whole economy changes. It quite doubles. Then imagine us working very hard. So guys, we need you back home. We truly do. We need your expertise. Many of you have built strong expertise. You have strong resources. You need to come back and teach us and our people how to do things better, how to do things more efficiently. There are many of you are doctors, investment bankers, teachers, nurses, lawyers. They're going to make our lives stronger. The human resources we require to move Edo State into the first world, will help us get it as quickly as we need to get it. Because the plan truly is to move Edo State. India did this in about 8 to 9 years, from being the poverty capital of the world to knocking on the doors of being a first world country. And I think we can do it in less than that, working with all of you. I thank you. We, Edo people, we're proud people. But there's a basis for our proudness. We're hardworking. We're loyal. We're strong people. Long before the people from these parts, or the people from Europe, long before their civilization, we built the moat around Benin. And that moat is a technological fit, but without any technical equipment. So you can imagine the kind of mastery of technical skills that the Edo person was acquired to build that moat. Yes. We had street lights long before they had street lights anywhere in Europe, from Colonel and palm oil. We had street lights in Benin. So we're advancing into the first world faster than many others. Unfortunately, I think we had 1897, for those of you who know history, and Benin ports stopped being a strong port, and civilization slowed down. But that wasn't enough reason for those states to fall into the line of the rest of Nigeria, and for a country that has been blessed with oil since 1956 to still be a third world country, when we've had revenues that could have built us 7 Dubais. But we're still a third world country. And Edo State is part of that third world country. But we, Edos, were strong people, strong-willed. We, Edos, were technologically gifted people. We, Edos, were creative people. So why are we still part of a system that keeps us in the third world when we, Edos, can move Nigeria into the first world by first moving ourselves into the first world and pulling up other peers in the first world, and then pulling Nigeria into the first world? We're great people. And I think if you look at all the resources we have in Edo State, it is time that Edo State stepped up and moved into the first world. And I like this slide particularly because it epitomizes the greatness of Edo people. And there are many more Edo people that are greater than some of these people, but it just epitomizes. To the left, probably the greatest parliamentarian this country has ever known, he moved the first motion for the independence of Nigeria. Many of you know Charlie Poppy,
My daughter taught me about Charlie Poppy and Victor Siller and Rima there. And then there's Professor Tiami Ubelo-Sage, one of the finest gynecologists the world has ever seen. And of course, Rabbi Mopai, a great artist. For those of you who remember Versailles 77, you know Rabbi Mopai was the mind and soul of Versailles 77. And many of you know I Mopai. He epitomizes just a generation. Many greater than him, but he epitomizes a generation. And there's Victor. Victor is one of the greatest artists of his time. But when he first started, he was a simple country boy. But today, Victor is, you can't talk to Victor anyhow. If he paints for you, you'll pay millions. And then Osara Melokolo, she's our girl in the White House. She makes me proud. She's from the Ogie, If you're from the Ogie, yes, please make some noise. There's George Babylon, great engineer, with all the engineering awards. And there's my sister, this one told me. And this one could be an actress anywhere in the world, anywhere. And then for those of you who like kickboxing, Kamaru, Usman. But I just bring up all these folks just to tell you the greatness that resides in Edo land and Edo State. They just epitomize it. And I keep wondering what has happened to us. What has happened to all of this greatness? But Nigeria has happened to us. Yes. And I think what we need to do is that the Edo State must now happen to Nigeria. So the Edo State carries Nigeria from where it is up and lifts our soul to where Nigeria should be. A country that's blessed with so much human resources, mineral resources, all sorts of natural resources and strength. But if we look at Nigeria today, painfully, where are we? We talk about food inflation in Nigeria being at 40%. I was reading Financial Times yesterday and somebody said inflation in the UK had gone up 2%. And they wanted to kill a few people. And I smiled. But true food inflation in Nigeria is way above 40%. Way above 40%. For those who go into the market in Nigeria pretty often, you will know that food inflation in Nigeria is closer to 200%. There are lots of reasons. People can't go to the farms again, so no food. Input costs very high, so no food. People can't farm properly anymore, so no food. Well, I saw 3 tomatoes in Auchi market, it took 800 naira. So the people in Auchi and the people in those areas, they don't even eat tomato soup anymore. What they do, they bring carrots and cucumber and they put one pepper inside so that it's ready. And that's the kind of soup people eat these days. None of us grew up eating that kind of soup. None of us did. So, inflation, general inflation, they say is about 34%. That's not true. It's closer to about 90%. Our poverty rate in Nigeria is 72%. That's really bad. Exchange rate, $1 to 1,600, 1,660. I don't really know what it is today. When I prepared these slides a week ago, change it so rapidly. But like I tell people, there was a time that if I took 500 naira to the bank, I got $1,000. And there are a few of us here who remember that time. A few of us. Many don't. Many think it's a lie or it's a pipe dream. But I walked into Union Bank with 500 naira. I came out of Union Bank with $987. That's a long time ago. Long time ago. We have 18.3 million children out of school in Nigeria. Luckily, Edo State probably has the lowest number or lowest fraction of those numbers. But how can we in 2024, with the kind of resources and reaches we have, still have nearly 20 million people not going to school, 20 million children? Nigeria has, out of 10 mothers that go to have babies, 3 of them who die are Nigerians. We are ranked 145 out of 180 countries on the corruption index. We still have 60% of our kids dying ages 0 to 5. And we are a poor country, despite the resources that we have. So what are we going to do about this? Edo State has started a remarkable revolution in the last 7.5 to 8 years. So if we look at the figures in Edo State, 8 years ago, our revenue earning, our IGR, that's internally generated revenue, was 24 billion. At the end of December last year, it's 65. Right now, if you look at the averages going to the end of this year, you probably will get to about 80, 85. That's remarkable. So what are the things that are happening in those states in that period? What are the things that moved the needle for us in those states? There's a lot of work done on the public service. Many of you going to Benin know the John William Administrative Center, where we now train and educate civil servants. So no matter the policy that anybody has, if you do not have civil servants that can implement those policies effectively, then you're in serious trouble, no matter how brilliant the policies. So since 1976, or thereabouts, when our civil service was kind of beheaded, Nigeria's policy making, instead of going up, has gone rapidly down. So Governor Obaseki, as the governor of Edo State, fully realized that to be able to do anything effective and concrete in that state, he needed to rebuild the civil service. So we have a rebuilt civil service, and it's probably the best civil service in Nigeria today. In 2016, Edo State in primary education was ranked probably number 29 out of 26 states. Today, the needle has moved because we've now started effective training. We've now started effective training of our teachers, so those who teach our children know how to teach. There was a time about 2014, I remember, when the governor at that time was trying to talk to teachers, and the teachers couldn't spell. A teacher in the primary school couldn't count 1 to 10. But all that has changed in Edo State today. So the teachers have been trained, the teachers are taught, the curriculum is first class, the teachers use tabs, the students use tabs. And so we've moved the needle. So we're probably now number 2 in Nigeria in primary education. And we've moved up in secondary. And the 2 tertiary universities we have, there's a problem with one, but the government is reworking it to move them right up the scale to where they used to be. Our polytechnics and vocational schools have been restarted, they've been re-engineered, we've brought in proper tutors, proper educators, so that we have a gap to fill. The gap that ensures that when we bring in businesses, the businesses we intend to bring to create jobs in Edo State, we will have the caliber and character and capacity of staff to staff those businesses. Because when people choose to site businesses, they go to where not just the raw materials of the market is, they also go to where they know they can find people that can work in those businesses. So we increase the capacity of our vocational schools. And the attractiveness of the environment, or the increasing attractiveness of the environment, has brought capital into that country that's close into the state, that's close to $5.6 billion. In that period, Rushioma power plants came in, Azura came in. I was talking to Joe, who was one of the conceptors of the palm revolution, the palm program in the state, the oil palm program in the state. We've had new investments in oil palm about $2 billion in the last 8 years. Many of you who recollect know that in the early years, Nigeria was number 2 palm producer in the world. All of a sudden, when we found oil, everybody drifted away from palm produce. Now we've seen the consequences of that drift. And in Edo State, we're working hard and pulling up to ensure that we pull the country back to its pride of place as a palm producer. So the Edo State is number 1 palm producer in the country today, and hopefully Nigeria will get back to being one of the top 2 palm producers in the world. And today, palm oil is, I think, I would say more profitable, I would say more valuable than crude oil today. Because of the things palm oil can earn for you and the things palm oil can do for you. And in the same vein, in the place where we plant palm, we can plant rubber. Edo State used to be the top rubber producer in Nigeria, one of the top rubber producers in Africa. But that also went down. So today it's being revitalized. And thankfully in the world, synthetic rubber is moving away, or we're moving back to real rubber. So that puts Edo State in a flying place. Not just that, if you look on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the two most profitable companies on the Nigerian Stock Exchange are Fresco and Kumu, both companies in Edo State. Top producers, and planting rubber and exporting rubber. So, Edo State is set to take off. In the last 6-7 years, Edo State has laid over 2,000 kilometers of fiber optic cables. So you can be anywhere in Edo State and you can interact anywhere in the world. And we've reduced the overall cost of governance. If you can't use the laptop effectively, you can't work in Edo State. Paperless, no paper. So what that has done is that it's reduced the cost of government and governance, and it's raised transparency, and it's raised the efficiency and effectiveness of government. So, and there's no other state in the country that's fully digitalized. So when it was time to pay increased salary, Edo State could afford to pay, because Edo State had cut the cost of governance significantly. So when the federal government couldn't pay, and even state governments that were set to be richer than the district couldn't pay, Edo State very easily paid 70,000. And the government at the time said it would match any other state that pays more than 70,000. You know? So that was an incredible feat. And in Edo State, every 26th of every month, salaries are paid. Everybody gets pensioners, you know, sometimes it doesn't appear as if this is important because it's a natural thing. Because some of you who live here, you wonder what's this guy talking about. But if you knew where we were before, for years and months, and it still happens in some states in Nigeria today, people don't get paid their salaries. Governments owe backlog of salaries, 10 months, 12 months, 30 years of non-payment of pensions. That has been cleared in the Edo State. So, like I said, for those of you who live there, you know, it looks like something that, you know, something strange. What's this guy talking about? Isn't that the natural order of things? Unfortunately, in Nigeria, it hasn't been the natural order of things. So Edo State is set to take off. Edo State prides itself as getting ready to take off. A lot of the strong foundational work has been done. And so now, we want to increase the quality of life of our people. What's the role of the government? The government is to ensure security of life and property, and prosperity and good life and good quality of life for its people. That's what governments are supposed to do. And I'm sure that's why some of you are thinking, this guy is talking about something that's natural, that should be taken as a matter of course. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, in the last 70 years, those things haven't been taken as a matter of course. I started my presentation by appealing to you, my brothers and sisters in the diaspora, and I think Ogie and myself want to take it one step further. And we want to make a promise to you. We want to make a promise to you that we will strengthen our ties and our relationship with you. We will ensure that we create an environment where you guys can come home, not just on holiday, but come home to invest. I don't like saying this very much, but I say it. You guys don't want to stay here and end up in old people's homes, do you? Not at all. Nobody wants to end up in old people's homes. Okay? So you need to be selfish. Selfish to yourselves in the way in which you come back home to make home good enough for you to be able to come back home when you choose to. So when you get to about 70 years old or something, you spend 6 years there, 6 months there, 6 months here. Okay? Retirement money, you go collect them. So guys, I seriously and strongly think you guys should think about this coming back home. And that's why we are making this promise. We'll make Edo State safe. We will make Edo State safe. That's our promise to you. Now, if we make Edo State safe, you guys need to promise us that you'll come back home. And you come back home with your dollars. Leave your dollars here and come back home. So we have a deal. I didn't hear you well? Yes. So we have a deal. Not strongly enough, man. Yeah. The land that tigers are born. A second, someone was asking, are you sure? Dead sure. Very sure. That's why also when I get to the end of the presentation, I'm talking about the kind of support I'm looking for from you guys. You understand? That means that you guys have to vote for us on the 21st of April. Those of you that have PVCs, and those of you who don't have an idea, you have to make sure you're talking very strongly to everybody back home that they need to vote for us. That's how you're going to get rid of the land and the tigers permanently. Okay. The second covenant that I want us to have, because I want all of you to be investors in that state, is that we'll create an enabling environment for you to come and invest, and the returns you will make will be much more than anything you can ever make here, even when we consider currency devaluation. We're going to hedge against currency devaluation. And I'm going to make sure that you invest in rubber, you invest in palm, you invest in cocoa, you invest in mineral production, you make much money that you can never make here. But you invest in houses. So that's the second covenant and promise we're making with you guys. And that's why we've come this way to talk to you guys. That's why we've been all over Europe to talk to our brothers and sisters in Europe. And if you guys are not the first to step into the States, when we make the States and create an enabling environment, who will come? Because the state requires investments from third parties, the state is not sufficiently rich today to meet its infrastructure needs. So it requires investment from third parties. But there are no third parties amongst us. We're one. We're children of the same parents. And we really need to come out and do good for home. You're looking at me. I'm dead serious. So that's our second covenant. But I know that to do this, we need to create an environment for you guys that you are kind of used to. On the first day, it may not be exactly the same. But we're going to work hard to create that environment. Each time I drove from the airport to my hotel, whether it was in Atlanta or Houston or New York here, as old and as decrepit that New York can be sometimes, I looked at the roads and I wondered why our own roads couldn't be like this. But there was a time in our history when we had roads that were nearly or as good. So what happened over the years? There's still a road that I pass through occasionally, or I used to pass through occasionally before I moved to the full time. The road from Ijebu to Ibadan. That road was built about 70 years ago, and that road still stands strong, like any other road in the world. And I looked at the way the roads were built here. The drainage systems, those roads never flood. Those roads, never have craters. They're well built, they're strong, the asphalt level is world standard. I keep wondering why our own engineers, our own contractors don't do that way. I have my own guess, but I won't talk about the guess yet. So, what are we going to do as Arabia and I to move Edo State from where it is today to becoming the first world country as quickly as possible? And hopefully, if Edo State becomes a first world country very quickly, then we'll drag a few other states along with us. And if we're able to drag a few other states along with us, those states will be able to build a Nigeria as the first world Nigeria. The building of Nigeria is becoming the first world national, first world sovereign, has to come from us at the local level, period. I've looked at the dynamics and the economics of Nigeria and the social systems and the religious systems. That building of Nigeria must come from the states. It must be from the ground up. Those of us that still think it's top down, nah, it's not going to happen. So what are we going to do to change the narrative? We're going to make sure we get security right. We're going to make sure that our people live well. If you look in the SDG goals, I don't think Nigeria makes the cut in any of the SDG goals. We're going to create an environment where our people live well. Health, education, infrastructure, poverty levels, our people are poor. Our people are extremely poor. And I've even been in touch with those poverty levels the a lot more in the last 10 months. I go to the marketplace, I go to the rural areas, I run into mothers who say they eat on Tuesday, they can't eat again till Thursday, so that their kids can eat and their kids can go to school. People are poor. I went to Jatu Market the other day, 4 trees fell around the same time. People were going to the hospital, but they had to discharge themselves because they couldn't pay. I saw a woman at home, she put splinters on her legs by herself and her bone was sticking out. But she still put those splinters on her. She couldn't go back to the hospital. People are poor. And we have no business in Nigeria being poor. At least not being that poor, not even being poor. Because if we do the arithmetic of the money we've earned since 1956 to date, we have no business being poor. There are countries in the world where there are no poor people. So those states will start that process of creating an Edo state where there are no poor people. And then we must jumpstart our economy. I keep saying this everywhere. Every month we can earn 15 billion naira revenue from the state and revenue from the federal government. If you back out pension, you back out salaries, you probably have about 7 billion left. That 7 billion doesn't go very far. You have to then start scratching your head and prioritizing. 7 billion in actual fact can build only 7 kilometers of road. But you still have health, you have education, apart from roads, and you have so many other things to deal with. So how are you going to finance and fund that? Where are you going to find the capital from? Where are you going to find the capacity from? So we must rebuild an economy that's totally productive. And it's only a strongly productive economy that enables you to immediately start earning the kind of revenue and resources that you require. And then if you don't run a good government, there's no way in the world where people will trust you, or where people will encourage themselves to come and invest and to stay. Those of you here, if you don't think we're running a government that you trust, if we're not running a government that's accessible, if we're not running a government that's transparent, you're not going to come and invest. Or if you come and invest once, you won't come a second time. So, we'll run a good government, and we'll talk about the running of a good government. Lastly, we must revitalize and revamp our environment. We must create an environment where children and our children's children and our children's children's children can survive and live well. We must. The degradation of the environment must stop, and we must replenish the environment. That's the only way nature will be kind to us. Edo State has tried on the security front. 8 years ago, I'm sure many of you never came home. Now I think some of you come home sometimes.
Yes.
But many of you come home and don't stay too long. So we want to create an environment where you guys come home and stay very long. And I said, I need an environment where you guys spend at least $2,000 to $3,000 each time you come home. And I know what impact that would have on the economy of the states. So what are the things that we must do to ensure that we improve the security of the state? We're in the first world environment. If I describe a couple of things to you now, you'll find it surprising. But can you imagine a situation where 50 girls are kidnapped, 50, and nobody knows where they took them to? I don't see how that can happen in this environment. That anybody will go to a school, take 50 children, and won't know where they are, won't know how or where to find them. So we must improve technology. We must improve security technology. And to improve security technology, we must find resources to improve security technology. So we have what we call a security trust fund. So we must heighten that security trust fund so that we can make enough money, find enough money to be able to invest in the technology that ensure that we have the right kind of security. We must buy equipment for our security services. We must train them. One of the anomalies of our constitution is that the government is called the chief security officer. But that chief security officer, unfortunately, doesn't control troops. So we must find a way where we can all work to ensure that the troops and the security personnel that are in the states work in symbiotic goodness with the government and have the resources and the equipment to be able to track down people that cause harm, and people that are dangerous to society. The 5 entry points into the state must be clear and clean. We must ensure that we are secure through that state, so that people like you can come home more often, so that investors can come home and invest. Part of our security would be to restore our values. And I'll spend a few minutes talking about that at the end of this, more restore our values. Why do we have kids that do the bad things that they do, or even adults? That's because we've lost all value, all sense of value from the home. Kids are not being trained as strongly as they used to be. So people are not strong on value as they used to be. There's the other side to detecting crime, which is enforcing law and order. One of the problems we have in Nigeria very strongly is that people get away with all sorts of crime. You know, nobody gets punished. There's nothing we call consequence management. It doesn't happen in every state. It doesn't happen in Nigeria. People get away with different things. So we'll strengthen our Ministry of Justice. Our Department of Public Prosecution will make it stronger. So that if you commit an offense, you must pay for that offense. When people know that if they commit an offense, they must pay for the offense, people will be careful the way they commit offenses. So we must have consequence management at the highest level possible. If we don't, people will continue behaving without consequence. And people will continue behaving and committing crimes without looking back. So on one hand, there will be crime detection. On the other hand, there will be punishment and consequence management. But we must secure Edo State. Regardless what's happening around us in Nigeria, we must and we will and we shall secure Edo State. And then simultaneously, we're talking about the well-being of our people. You know, many of you may not be able to identify with the poverty levels in Nigeria, just may not. You know, there's social systems in this country that offer a kind of safety net. The only safety net in Nigeria is to have a good uncle, a good cousin, a good sister, a good brother. That's the only safety net you have. But there are people that, regardless and irrespective, are poor. What do we do about those people and how do we help them? So we have a social register in Edo State. We'll look at that social register, we'll rearrange it, we'll make sure that the people that are in the register are still alive and they're still poor. And in the first few months of our government, we will give to those people some kind of conditional cash transfer. That doesn't help productivity, but in the short term, it helps poverty. It helps achieve poverty. But we'll make it conditional that that money they receive, they must do something. They must start a trade, they must start work, they must start a business, they must go back to the farm, and their kids must go to school. But that will be a short-term measure to reduce the worst kind of poverty. But in the longer term, we must come into agriculture. And I'll talk about agriculture when I talk about economic development. We must rebuild our agriculture. We must take agriculture stronger and more seriously. We must move to serious mechanized agriculture, because that's what's going to help in the rural areas. And apart from that, we must bring infrastructure into the rural areas. What about jobs? That's part of building the economy. We must create good, sound jobs, employable jobs, jobs that add quality to the life of people. And it's from agricultural produce that we create manufacturing entities. I was in Emui the other day in Esaland, and those guys have the best, probably the best pineapples anywhere in the world. That pineapple is pure sugar, it's just sweet. Sweet pineapple, but you know the sad thing? There's so much wastage. Because that pineapple can't get from the farm to the market. The roads are bad. And not just that, you know, people don't even have money to pay for pineapples or to pay for transportation to get the pineapples to the market. Those cars can't even go on the road. And then when the pineapples get to the market, who's buying? So what about if we had some kind of food or fruit processing plant around those areas that captures and attracts and receives the fruits from the area? You know the impact that will make to the economy of that environment? You know the levels that people will be raised to out of poverty? I think we need to, what people call shine your eye. We'll provide at least 500,000 jobs annually, and we'll do that by creating the enabling environment that will attract businesses and attract industrial facilities to the state. And if you go into the local area, we'll talk about it, that's a bit about. If you go into that area, you see the level of industrial development that's going on in that area. We have a refinery, we have a petroleum refinery there, we have a Sioma power plant, we have the Chinese village there. And it's like a different industrial village. We want to recreate many of those in those states. And we want to provide stable power. And part of what we are going to do in that regard is probably create mini NPPs across the states. In the southern part of the state, in Edo South, I think we have enough power generation. The problem has to do with transmission and distribution, because those wires are old, they're about 70, nearly 80 years old. So we need to rebuild those wires, we need to strengthen them, so that we can pass electricity from generation points to the home or the user points. But even then, if you can't find all the money for transmission revamping, why don't you remove the generation and generating units closer to the people? And then we'll probably also use solar, particularly for the poorest parts and the parts furthest away from distribution and generating points. One of the things I talked about earlier was education. And we really need to get education fully right in the new states. And that's going to be a major focus of what my partner and I shall do. We'll employ more teachers, train more teachers. We have to find money for the infrastructure of classrooms for our teachers and our students. We've been able to revamp the curriculum and how our students are taught and the quality of the teachers they have. But we still need to do a bit more with the physical infrastructure, the classrooms, and all the facilities that go in and around the classroom. We need to do a lot more work, but we need to find resources to make those investments. Our women and our youth. A few days ago, we had the International Youth Day, and we made a commitment that we're going to support our youth, support them in the creatives, support their technology. Many of them have technological skills that are beyond compare. Yes. We can stay in Berlin and provide technological service or technology service to different parts of the world. Guys are in India, and they're the ones that we talk to on the phone and banks and phone other places. Why can't we do better in Nigeria? We can. We have technology hubs that are training our youth. We'll do a lot more around the senatorial districts of the state. Many of our youth are so technologically savvy. It's incredible. It's truly incredible. But what are we going to do to ensure that we support them? Are we going to find financing for them? Are we going to help them with the trainings that they require? So we will support the youth, the creatives. Many of them are into all sorts of creative. Somebody asked me a question, I think it was in Houston the other day, and everybody in the room wanted to take his head off. Because he was talking about youth in a way that didn't suggest he knew the capacity of our youths in those states and our youth in Nigeria. So that's why we have people like Shani Pope and Rima, and all of those are great youths. And we have Victor Osimhen in football. So the sports, apart from the creative, but we must support our youth in every way possible. And our women, no, in our government, it's going to be fully inclusive, totally. I keep telling you that you have no business tying one hand behind your back, not taking full advantage of the women environment. And we will take full advantage of our women. We'll have a fully inclusive government, and we'll tap on the capabilities and skills and loyalties and strengths of our women. And you're I talk for yourself again. So we'll have a fully inclusive government. What about the health sector? We've done, I think the present government has done done quite well with primary health care. It's done really well with primary health care. And I noticed a few months ago, they started the telemedicine thing, being able to diagnose and look at patients by doctors out here in the diaspora, looking at our patients, even in the villages, because I told you we've laid our Wi-Fi cables, but we need to do a lot more. When I told somebody a few months ago, and I think I was talking also in a gathering such as this, and I said, Edo State can become a medical tourism state. The person burst out laughing. Edo States. I said, true. And if you guys look at the Benin axis, the Benin era axis, the hospitals that we have there, all we need to do is revamp those hospitals and attract some of you back home to work in those hospitals. There was a time the king of Saudi Arabia came to Nigeria for his medical treatment. He came to UCH in Ibadan. So see how far we've fallen from that time to now. So I know that in Edo State, we can become a fully medical tourism hub. We don't agree with that. No, fully. Because if we look at the Stella Passenger Hospital, we look at the Diaspora Hospital, we look at the Specialist Hospital, and then we go to Ura and look at the Ura Specialist Hospital and the hospitals around that belt. What we need is just a very good road. And we'll be able to create much better than what we go to do in India, a strong medical tourism belt. Don't worry. I started talking about electricity. You think that we will get electricity, I promise you. Because all those things won't work if you don't have electricity. And that's why I talked about Oshoma and Azura and the mini grids that we'll put in different parts of the central districts. But we must up our game in healthcare. We have the health insurance around the state, but that's not just enough. We need to improve the health insurance scheme so that everybody is covered under the scheme. Because somebody must pay for health. Health is expensive. So somebody must pay. Either the patient is paying, or somebody related to the patient is paying, or the state is paying. So that's why the insurance scheme must be improved and made stronger and made and the coverage made more thorough. So that the young ones and the poor ones can benefit from the insurance, and the old ones can also benefit from the insurance. So maybe those between the ages of 18 to 65 will be the ones carrying the brunt of the insurance payments. But we must create a system where everybody has access to good quality health care. What worries me most today is that most of our best medical hands and our best teachers don't stay in country. We're competing in America, Canada, with Europe, and other parts of the world. So we need to start thinking, what must we do to keep our best people there? I was in the School of Nursing in Benin the other day, and I was asking all the girls there, when you finish, what next? They said, they're Japan. And I said, seriously? They said, yes. I said, if you think you'll stay, put up your hand. All hands were down. If you think you're going, put up your hands. All hands came off. So we need to build the facilities, because we're going to get guys and girls to work there. So we need to attract people to stay in country. That's going to be tough. But we're already thinking about things to do, tax rebates, mortgage grants. What are we going to do to keep people in country, in state? And then another part of that is that most people don't even want to stay in the rural areas. It's difficult for them to stay in the rural areas. So how do we keep people in the rural areas? When we build the medical facilities and the schools, young men and women don't want to stay in the rural areas. So how can we attract them to stay in the rural areas? So there's a lot of deep thinking that needs to be done, but we'll do it and we'll keep them there. So at the school in my village in the Ogie will be as good as the school in Benin City. And it must be. So we want to create an Edo state where people are secure, happy, where the poverty levels are reduced significantly, and if we can move poverty to zero, that's the ideal. and it's doable. But our people must be happy. Our people must be well fed. Our people must be healthy. So help us God. I was talking about our revenue every month being 15 billion. You know, when Osagie and I were crunching the numbers, it struck us that if our revenue is not at least 100 billion a month, we're just started. So how are we going to move from 15 billion to 100 billion? It's like all of us, the 5.2 million people in Edo State, were rushing for a cupcake when we should all gather to build a huge cake. Everybody wants to eat that tiny cupcake, and it's the rushing of who gets there first. And in the process of all of us rushing for that cupcake, we crush the cupcake. Nobody eats it. That's the story of Edo State and the story of Nigeria. So we have to do things differently. What are those things we must do to create a first world economy in those states? What are those things we must do to move our IGR and our revenue, total revenue in those states from where it is today to at least 100 billion naira? If we get and when we get our security right, it makes it easier for us to be able to attract the levels of investment that will increase productivity. And I talked about it first. We must look at agriculture in that state. What must we invest in? How do we now do our agriculture or invest in agriculture such that we move away from subsistence agriculture and we move to technologically induced and supported agriculture? If you look through Edo State from the north to the south, there's nothing we can't plant in that state. In the south, I said it, rubber, palm, cassava, maize. Central, rice, cassava, maize. Cocoa. North, cocoa, cashew nuts, maize, rice. We have probably the most fertile soils in Nigeria, and we can conduct a thorough soil audit and know what's best to plant where. We can have an arrangement with research institutes and know how we can increase productivity on the soil. So that in no time we're producing not just to feed the whole country, but we have enough to export and we have enough to produce manufacturing entities and manufacture in the state. And then export what we manufacture, agro-processed. So, what's really the problem? What's stopping us? We will, as a matter of fact, create 3 economic development agencies in the state, 1 in each territorial district. So those agencies want to do their primary work to determine where we have comparative advantage in the state. What do we do best at in each territorial district? And then we focus on those things and help uplift productivity around our state. We will create jobs from agriculture. Historically, economically, agriculture produces the most employment. So we create jobs from agriculture. The jobs we create in agriculture will create jobs in manufacturing. Because we educate people vocationally in the university and the polytechnics to have the quality to be able to work in our manufacturing entities that are attractive to the states. And I haven't talked about mining. The other day I was driving from Igara to Agenegode, and I could see traces of illegal mining all over the states. Illegal limestone mining, illegal coal mining. We have coal in abundance, limestone in abundance, feldspar, lithium, and we haven't done anything about all of that. So God Almighty has given us all of these abundant resources. What have we done about these resources in the two states? There's the arguments that there are issues with the federal government and all of that. Those are issues that we can very easily deal with. and then starts the problem or the process of proper mining through the state. And I don't want to imagine the kind of resources and revenue we'll generate from effective mining. So we're moving closer to the 100 billion, I said. And then we'll come to our small businesses. Most of our children come out of school. How do we support them in the businesses that they want to do? Can we find some financial resources for them? Can we create an enabling environment? We have the Benin Park there. Can we reproduce and replicate that park in different parts of the state, such that people that want to produce can go into this park, that's like a free trade zone. They have everything they require there to manufacture, and they start manufacturing at a higher rate. And then these are the small companies through time that grow to become world-class companies. And I talked a bit about our creative, our children, our youth, our movie industry, our music industry, the arts. And my favorite one, tourism. Because if you get security rights, if people in the UK can spend 6 billion pounds coming to look at Buckingham Palace and see the change of guards or whatever it is they're looking at there, I'm very sure that, and we, since you are Commissioner for Arts and Culture, I'm sure you can bear me out in this. I'm very sure that we can, from tourism in those states, generate at least $1 billion. Imagine all you guys coming home on holiday and bringing a friend, and your friend next time brings another friend. Just go and see what happens around that Oba's Palace. Just come to Igun Street and look at the bronze carving and buy plenty of bronze and paintings. Just to participate in the festivals during Christmas, or Ogie Day, or the Ososo Festival Day. There's so many cultural activities through Edo State. So I don't see any reason why tourism in Edo State cannot generate $1 billion. That's us generating $1 billion, and then you guys generating money from holiday. That's without us working and thinking, just being there, by just getting security rights. I'm convinced that if we structure our economy, looking at the production economy, our talent economy, and what we call our visitor economy, tourism, and we emphasize and pay attention to these 3 strands of economy, Edo State will hammer. How many of you know about it? Edo State will hammer. I want to talk about a few very serious parts of our economic growth. And I know somebody will ask me the question, I'll answer that question before you ask me. Where are we going to find the money for all of this? But I'll answer that question. I've talked about the 3 senatorial zones, but I want to talk about a few specific things. How many of you know that we're in the process of building the Benin port? How many? How many people know? Okay. Debate, we've done everything necessary except to find the full finance. We found some of the money, not all. If we build that Benin port, it adds $10 billion to the economy of Edo State. It's a game changer. Wow. If we build the Benin port, it adds $10 billion to the economy of Edo State. It's a full game changer. Many of the goods that are transshipped or are dumped in Zincan and Apapa will come into Benin. So the Benin port will service south-south, southeast, north-central, and even the far north. And imagine what that does to the infrastructure around the Benin port and around Benin. The roads, the trailer parks, the other parks, the agricultural parks, the industrial parks. So my ask is that when we start looking for the rest of the financing, those of you that can help me point in the way, and I can see one of you investment bankers in the room, one of you infrastructure bankers in the room. Those of you that can help us point the way, please point the way, so we can find all the financing required. The electric port is changing the dynamics of the lake area of Lagos. And can you imagine if we have the Benin port, where goods, instead of going to Tinkan and Apapa, come straight to the Benin port, or from Tinkan and Apapa, they're transshipped to the Benin port? It's a true game changer. So we must complete that port. The government of Obaseki has gone a long way working with the federal government. They got all the approval, so we must complete that port. There's something else we have not really paid attention to on the economy of the state. That's the blue economy. And again, when I was talking in Houston, I said this. By chance, when we were campaigning, we discovered a Lushin to Adenebode carried the River Niger. So the River Niger ran by Edo State. So if you have the River Niger running fully by Edo State, what have we done with tapping the River Niger for irrigation? What have we done with tapping the River Niger for moving goods on the river? What have we done with tapping the River Niger for power projects, for producing power? What have we done? So we haven't even looked at the whole blue economy that the River Niger can bring into those states. And that's something else we have to pay serious. We have to do serious feasibility studies and see the best advantage you can get out of the River Niger running right beside us in those states. I've talked about the main IPPs in the three territorial districts, so I'll speak that here. One other thing we must miss are roads. And I don't want to go into the politics of roads, federal roads, state roads, and all of that. The bottom line is that we need better roads. And so we're committed to building at least 2,000 kilometers of roads across the state within our first 4 years in office. And Edo State, being the heartbeat of Nigeria, being the center of Nigeria, is a true natural logistics hub. So nobody travels by road across Nigeria without going through Edo State. So imagine the kind of things that can happen, travelers' economy. There's only people that go from Lagos to Sokoto that don't travel through Edo State. So the travelers' economy, and it's a natural logistics hub. So if we create trailer parks in the 5 entry points into Edo State, you know the kind of economy we can capture into Edo State. So we'll build trailer parks. I know there's already work ongoing on one of those trailer parks, but we must build trailer parks into every point into Edo State. So we can capture the travel economy and capture the logistics economy. We must take advantage of God's natural gifts to us in Edo State. We're not taking enough advantage. God has put us right in the center, in the heart of Nigeria, with tremendous opportunities and tremendous advantages. And we're not taking advantage of all those opportunities. So our work is to shine our eyes and understand the opportunities and take advantage of those opportunities. I talked about good governance, and from my experience in the private sector, as chairman of different companies, being on the boards of different companies, I realized that those companies that were best run easily attracted capital. Not just that, they attracted capital at the lowest rates possible. Those companies that were not so well run seldom attracted good capital, they attracted very expensive capital. So we're going to use that philosophy and that same thinking to run in those states. We're going to create a state where we're transparent, where we will provide audited accounts, where we will provide all the information that you require about how we are running the state and spending money in the state, so you have full confidence in how we are running your state. We will be accessible, so we'll have regular town hall meetings like this. We'll go around the state. Pastoral and I have agreed that at different times, different one of us will be in a different part of the state, running the state from there, so we're close to the people. If you don't know what the people require, you cannot work for the people. And we will work for the people of those states. We will be accessible. We will talk to them and we'll listen to them. You know, it's very easy to get carried away with being in power. You know, when they start calling you excellency, you think they're smarter than you really are. And then you think that you're the bee's knees. and you lose all sense of many things. So we won't let that happen to us. We will stay firmly rooted in good. We will stay firmly rooted in listening. And we'll stay firmly rooted in ensuring that we create prosperity and a good life for our people.
Nice.
You know, when we say this sometimes, I remember one woman again, she asked me, she said, you know, every 4 years, you guys come and say this thing, and then you go away. And then we don't see you until 4 years time again, and you come and say the same thing, and you go away again. And she said, so how do I trust you guys? You know, that was probably the hardest question I was faced with on the campaign trail. And I really scratched my head. So after a while, I said, Mama, look into my eyes. She said, you know how many men have asked you to look into their eyes? Even that one, the moment you defeated me. So I said, you know what? Seriously, man. Let me tell you a bit about what Saudi and I want to do and who we are. And from what we've achieved in previous times, it gives you a clue as to what we can achieve going forward. And I think Mama, that's the only thing I can say for now, but please trust us. Mama scratched her head. She said, you know, any men where I don't trust. Anyway, I made a promise to her that she must and she will be fulfilled by trusting us. We will make her proud. And then Mama looked at me and Mama said, you know, I may not be here in 4 years' time. So I said to Mama, I said, God will keep you here. So that I can come back to you and tell you that no matter promise I made to you, I fulfilled it. And I continuously need your prayer. So Mama prayed for me and said that she will hang in there for 4 years. I enjoyed going to Ogie. You know, in Ogie, I see this thing, you know, and some parts of Southern Africa. And you know, when you have that kind of experience, you know, you must not fail. You dare not fail. When you had people like you folks traveling thousands of miles just to come and listen to what I want to say about what you want to do for Edo State, you know you're carrying a weight on your shoulder that means you must deliver. And as you and I every day, we talk to each other sometimes 5-6 times a day. He's probably one of the few people, or probably the only person I know that awake at 4 a.m. with me since we started this journey. When I want to talk, I call him, and both of us agreed that, you know, oh boy, we got plenty work. I said, yes, now, we still have to win the election. He said, no, we not win the election. I wish we could do after we win. I said, oh boy, and so. But we promise you guys that we'll run a first-class government. We'll keep the digitalized and improve on the digitalized state of the government. It's paperless state, fully paperless, fully. I know today anybody can apply to work in Edo State without knowing anybody and get employed if they have it. And we'll keep it that way. Edo State pays the best wages in the civil service in the public sector, and we'll keep it that way and improve upon it. Because we know that if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. And we don't want monkeys to help us run Edo State. We want first-class minds to help us run Edo State. So we'll ensure that we keep on paying salaries at a level that can take people home. I don't think today's take-home pay can take anybody home. So we must work harder at increasing. If you look at the Nikwa News book and you read it, the first thing they did was to ensure that the civil servants were very well paid, so that they had no excuse to be corrupt. And that's what we must do in those states. I know we have a Diaspora Commission, but we must work well with you guys. We must know what each one of you does. We must know where each one of you wants to come and help us. It's fundamental. We need people to help us adopt schools. Some of you that are old boys and girls of some schools. It's not just the government. We need you to adopt some of these schools and bring them to world standard. Not only their college. And when you can adopt the schools, we may support the process of bringing equipment, paying a few teachers' salaries, just to help
so we can bring up these our schools to world-class level. It's truly important. For those of you that are alumni, look at your alma mater and see what you can do. Even if you can just pay a few teachers' salary, it makes a difference. It does make a difference. One of the things we have problems with in Edo State is water. And I shall talk about that when I was talking about the well-being. Welcome. I shall talk about that when we're talking about well-being. Through Edo State, I think it's only Edo South that has good water system. Edo Central, we need about 21 billion naira to revamp the water, particularly the Ekoma area, the Iwa area, Uromi, the Wohimi Ewato. Definitely, our local capital. So we need about 21 billion. And then when you go up north, in Edo North, you need even more than that, you need about 35 billion. Because the Jirame, the Auchi, and the Jatu water works, we need to revamp all of them. Because we have too many people for the water they have there. And I'm really sad to see sometimes, when you go to the village early in the morning, most women have gone to the stream or to some borehole somewhere. You can fetch water 4 or 5 times. That can't continue in 2024. And we must not let that continue. And also, the health repercussions of that. So we need to find the financing for all of this infrastructure. I spent the better part of my life as a project finance lawyer, as a capital market lawyer, finding money for corporates. Corporates that are well run. Now, even some that are not very well run, we found money for them. So I think that we know where to find money. The key is to be able to convince those that have the money that you will use the money for what you say you're going to use it for. And you will ensure that the money comes back to them. Yes, not to buy yachts, not to buy plane and all those things. So we'll use the money for the productive sector of the economy. And for those things that can create value and generate our economy. That's what we'll use the money for. And if we're able to rebuild our economy, create an enabling environment, have all these businesses, have this soft infrastructure, that 100 billion revenue is not truly far away. And it won't be far away. In Edo State, we'll continue to pay good wages, and we will, like I said, consolidation and digitalization and e-governance. Edo State today is probably the most prudent of states. And that's one reason also why it's able to do things other states can do, like pay the minimum wage at that high level. But we will even improve on that and ensure that the cost of governance is at the value for money level. We must do that so that taxpayers know that we're using their money judiciously and well. Finally, Pastoral and I are committed to being fully transparent, fully honest, and fully accountable. Before I sit, I talked about this. We must leave behind the state fit for our children and our children's children and our children's children's children. There has been high degradation of our environment, gas flaring, gas pollution, timber logging, cutting down trees where you shouldn't and living where you should. Degradation of our mangrove areas, which is even the most dangerous. So we commit to revitalizing and saving our environment. We commit to planting 5,000 trees, minimum 500,000 trees annually, so that we can increase the carbon dioxide and oxygen content of the environment. We'll support reforestation and we'll bring back forest rangers so we can protect our forests. There's some parts of Edo State you go, you think the forest is there. You see something that looks like a forest at the beginning, but if you go into the middle, it's empty. They've cut all the trees.
And so we must commit to replanting. Wherever you cut one tree, you will replant 2. That's what we're committing to. And we also use solar energy, solar power, non-degradable biofuels, so that we can ensure that our environment is kept clean and safe. We must be able to convert our waste to power. Edo State, when I was growing up, was probably the cleanest state in Nigeria. Today, sadly, it's not. We must find a way. You know, they say Kigali is the cleanest city in Africa. And probably Singapore is the cleanest city in the world. We must be able to have an Edo State, a Benin, Uromi, Ubeja, Ogie, Agenebode that's clean at those levels. We must. And that will be our commitment. There are 2 things that worry parts of the state: erosion and flooding. We must pay attention. I was again in Edo North, just outside Ogie, and there was a man who told me a story that he was eating lunch, and all of a sudden half of his house went to the right, the other half went left. Luckily, his full body was on the part that went left, because it was possible that he may have disappeared. So we have bad erosion problems, which we must deal with. And this government, Obaseki, has started that process. But we can't allow erosion to affect the lives of our people so badly, particularly in Edo North and in Edo Central. So we must deal with that issue. And then the flooding issue. A lot of our roads get flooded, and I suspect there's something wrong with the road designs. And we'll look into it. And we'll ensure we remove the flooding and the havoc that the flooding causes in the state. Like I said, we must create an environment that's good for our children, our children's children, and our children's children's children. And that's how we will create a strong and secure Edo State that we will all be proud of. We will all be proud to go back home to. And like I said before, I don't think any of you want to grow up in an old people's home. So you must help us create that Edo State that will enable you to come back home. As I close, I want to repeat what I started with. We need you guys. And that's why we come out here. We need you pre-election, and we need you even more post-election. Pre-election, Ogie and I need you guys to commit to supporting us. We need you guys to talk to your families at home, your friends at home, those of you that have PVCs to come and vote, so that we can avoid darkness. We're in a period where we're looking at the difference between light and darkness, good and bad, up and down. And we have to use our teeth, our tongue, to count our teeth. It's time to take decisions that will have repercussions for years to come. If you take a wrong decision, you may go back 50 years. If you take the right decision, you're knocking on the door of the first world. So we need to take time to sit and think. And we need to convince our people at home, and that's how we should be. It's very difficult. If you're poor, if somebody offers you 20,000 naira, it looks like lifesaver you're looking for. The problem is that 20,000 naira you spend it that day, that's the end of it. But you made a grave error where you now have a government which for the next 4 years keeps you in penury. So we need to let our people understand this differential. Some people say, let's take the money but vote right. Okay? But the most important thing is to vote right. So we need to explain that to our people. As important as voting rights, our people have to guard the votes. That means that our people must stay, the votes are counted, you go to the collation center, you follow the votes, and you ensure that what you voted is what is announced. It is important. Because I know that for many people, a lot of people have become totally upset with the process. They think they voted one way, or they know they voted one way, and they think the results that came out of that voting didn't reflect how they voted. So we must guard our voting very jealously, so that what we vote is the result that's announced. So that the government we voted for is the government that comes in. And then after the election, we need you guys even more. And I've said that over and over. We need you on holiday. We need you to come in as tourists with your friend. And then we need you as investors. And then we need you as adopters to adopt institutions, particularly schools, primary and secondary schools. We are committed to giving secondary schools back to their original owners, the missions, and the churches, if they can maintain standards set. So, alumni also should be able to maintain the schools at certain standards set. I thank you all for listening. I look forward to us working well and seriously with you guys, each and every one of you. I look forward to each and every one of you bringing your special skills into Edo State to ensure that the Edo State of today is transformed into the Edo State of our dreams. And most importantly, Osaroji and myself today commit to running a first-class government that moves Edo State into the first world. And we truly commit to making you all in this room very proud to be Edo State citizens or friends of Edo State. So help us God. Thank you.
Put your hands together for the new government. The new government. Thank you, guys. You will see that. I will say it. Thank you.
PK, I convince everybody in this room. PK, I am not convinced anybody in this room. We're not hearing anybody. Did you listen to anything that he had to say? Are you proud that this is our God? I think that song was made because they knew Asue was coming. What do you think? Another round of applause, everyone. We're going to ask everyone to do one thing because we want to get this on the screen before we go into the next answer. If we can ask everybody to take off your hats. We're going to come into a video real quick. Take off your hats and let's wave it. When you hear PPP, what do you answer? Where's that to? PPP.
Asue Godano.
Asue Godano.
Wave your hat, wave your hat, wave your hat. Where's our meeting? Wow.
Please put a round of applause for them, please. Please, before we go to Q&A, can we please ask SSG to me? Okay, let's get it right. Thank you so much. Before, it's not I'd like to introduce SSG Ogie, our next deputy governor, please say a few words. Please give him a round of applause.
I want to thank all of you for finding time to come here. I'm very excited because of seeing some of my friends, classmates that I've not seen for years. I'm seeing relations. I want to thank all of you for taking time to come and listen to us. Like my principal said, I've been to several places before coming here. The question is, why are we here? I hear some people say somewhere in one village, they left Nigeria, come here and talk to our people. They don't know the value for that we have here. If you know who you are, do not make that mistake of saying, why did you come here to talk to you? But that is who they are. That is who they are. That is the type of people you want to entrust our state to. See all the problems listed by our principal. It's only those who are competent, who have the capacity, and who have the experience and solve all this problem. There's no question about it. That is why we're here to present ourselves, to present our credentials to you, so that you know who we are, so that you convince yourself that this job can trust it in the hands of these persons. We can trust them. Why would you trust us? Because at one time or the other, you have no responsibility. And you know how we perform. That one's so. Yes, sir. You know how we perform. Yes, sir. From the private world, you know this record. From the public sector, you know my record. Yes. As a public officer, you know my record. Yes, sir. Allow them, ask them, request them to come and give you their record. That is if they have a record to give. They don't have any record. And they want to rule your state. Like I said somewhere, the rest of Nigeria can decide whatever they want. But for those states, we are very proud people. You saw the anthem. You listened to that anthem. Yes, sir. You saw what our people said about us, about where we are coming from, and where we are going. Only those who are fit can come and rule us. We are past that level where any angle or any lion or tiger can throw himself up and say he wants to rule a state. We are past that level. There is security to be fixed. You need only those who understand that to fix this security problem, you need the right technology. Not everybody understands that. We need to provide electricity. It's only those who knows how other people in other parts of the world have fixed electricity that can fix those things. True. We talk of mini grid. Ask some of them what it means. They don't understand. So if you don't know what mini grid, I will fix the electricity problem. They don't know. So, our principal also now the estimate to fix the water problem in the central, they don't know, and they don't south. But because he has done his homework. They will not come. But if they decide to come, please ask them, how do you intend to fix this problem? You just told us just now that he has helped other people to raise money. Is that not so? And if you help people to raise money, you can raise the money to build programs like those things. You want to employ a driver, you will not ask him, where you work, who will throw vehicle for before you want to employ a cook, you will not ask him, who employed you, who engaged you before. You want to employ staff to work for you in your company, you will not interrogate him. We are here, we are presenting ourselves for interrogation. Let them also come and present themselves. They should not be mute. I said they should not be mute. They must present themselves. You want to rule those state people who must try to present themselves for those state people. So that they will interrogate you. Tell them who you are, your record of service. They want to know. So that you know whether to trust you or not. We have presented our record. And we appeal to you to trust us. And with us, a door will be in safe hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Ogie. So we're going to move right into Q&A. Please, we'll ask you to be very brief with your questions. We have our incoming governor and deputy governor ready to answer. No long comments, just be very brief. We'll walk around with the mic, you ask your question, and then we'll answer home. Please, your name, your local government, and then your question.
My name is Kingsley Agbeka from Moroyo to Kodon, local government. Partly, really, my question is this: about security, that we should come home by security. In New York City, how we call security. Without security, everybody are being safe. By being safe is the lawyers, the police personnel, and the engineering, they work hand in hand. So I don't know the type of security that I try to provide by those states. Because talk about healthcare too. That's one question. The second question, talk about healthcare.
Do you want to take that? Okay, so we're going to do 3 at a time. Who's next? Let's take one from the other side. Who has the mic there, please? Princess, can we get the mic to him, please? Someone whose hand is raising there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. My question has to do with education because you talked about education. My name is Ogie from Asue, and I have been in higher ed here now for about 15 years, both on the faculty side and the administrative side. And my question is this, because you did mention, you said something about the state of the university, state-owned university. What precisely are you going to do to revamp that place? And also the infrastructure needs of schools, especially post-primary schools in the state. What are you going to do about them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. On education, can we have a woman, please? It's about time we have a woman.
Yes, so.
Let me bring the mic over to you. Just a minute, please.
Good evening, my name is Vanessa Ike, former Executive Vice President, University of Benin, former National Vice President of National Association of Nigerian Students. I have a question and I have an appeal. I'm from Eastern Northeast to Takuru, to be precise. I have an appeal to the governorship and the deputy governorship candidates. So when you're a public servant, you were very accessible. Office opened by 8 a.m. You were there, people could see you. I'm appealing to you to please continue in the same light. Let people be able to see you. The reason why I'm saying this is because a lot of people who come to your office at ATM, all you need to do is just dress appropriately and give access to research. This was something that was not possible with the government. I'm sorry to say with the deputy speakers of the commission. So please, I'm appealing to you, continue that same line. Thank you. The governor, that was an appeal to continue the same line. Now my question. In the aspect of student and youth, as a former student leader, it's expected I talk about student and youth. Yes, when you were in office, you had two words that were very common to you. You say, what is the way forward and what can we do? Sadly, the students and youth in Edo State really need your help in the aspect of growth and development. The governorship candidate said everybody wants to japa. I will not say I recently japa, but I came here last year. But a lot of people want to come over and please, I want to basically go back. So please, I appeal to you, student and youth development. What can you do for us to grow and be better in the state? Thank you so much.
And can we allow them to answer those three questions and then we'll come back to it? Who wants to go first?
Okay, so Osaludio has the student union VP question. So I'll leave that question to him. But Madam, you're really right. I'm learning from him how to be fully accessible but fully efficient. It's an art. I don't think I've learned it well enough yet, but I'm learning. If you go to this house at 6:30 in the morning, it's full. Full. Yes. People from every part of the state, And 8 o'clock is in the office and is there till 6, 7. And anybody walks into his office, I will see the public official at that level that anybody can walk into his office. So I'm learning. Because when you do that, you're not normally very efficient. But he has managed it. But I'll leave him to answer his question. Kingsley, you're talking about security and how here the security forces and the law enforcement forces and the prosecuting agencies work hand in hand. Yes, I said so. I said there's the consequence management part, which is the prosecuting part, the Ministry of Justice, the law enforcement part, and then there's the security part. We're going to use technology, we're going to use improved equipment, trained personnel to ensure that we keep Edo State safe. This government has already done considerable work. If you go to the situation room in Benin, you can see every part of Benin. All the entry points to Benin, you can even read car number plates. So Benin is camera wired. What we need to do is replicate that in every other part of the state. And that's the expense item. There are drones running through the forest and things. And if you notice, in the last 1 year, maybe you've heard about 3 or 4 kidnap cases. Before, we used to have about 50, 60. So security has truly improved. What we are looking at is zero tolerance, truly. Even in New York here, New York is more dangerous than Edo State. But I think New York is more dangerous than Edo State. But the upside is that most people that commit crimes here know they will get caught. They know they'll get caught, or they get caught, and they get punished. In Nigeria, is that most people that commit crime get away with the crime. And that's what we're going to stop. So we're going to work hand in hand with the law enforcement and the prosecuting agencies and things like that. But that also brings me to what I started talking about as far home values. That's a long-term project. But for me, that's the most important long-term project. If we increase home values, the kind of things people do, they won't do them anymore. Today I ask myself when I want to do anything, what will my parents think? If you still worry about what your parents think, then a lot of the crimes committed, blowing people's heads off, raping young girls, those things we never do that. But that's a long-term thing. In the short term, we'll prevent, and where we can't prevent, we'll punish. Anybody that commits an offense in Edo State will catch you. We'll have the technology to catch you and punish you. Okay? So Kingsley, we will make Edo State safe.
So how do you go to because the revenue, you can't give out money without getting money. You need money.
That's what I said, sir, that will increase the productivity level in the state. If you increase the economy of the state and the productivity level, then you'll be able to generate IGR. That's the taxing on those businesses. Secondly, you will have to widen this. There are too many people in our state and in our country who don't pay tax. So we must find a way to encourage people to pay tax, widen the tax nets. By widening the tax net will increase our IGR considerably. You know, today our IGR fluctuates between 6 and 8 billion. That's the internally generated revenue, different from what the state collects from Abuja. I think from Abuja it collects about 7 billion. So in total it's about 15, 16 billion. But that's something off. So we need a lot more. But if we increase the productivity of the state, then we increase the tax base, and we increase the revenue generating base from other endeavors, tourism, you know, and other agencies of government, land transactions. So we will increase the revenue generating base. Because that's how we will pay for Ogie, you are talking about the universities, okay? And then you asked 2 questions. You were supposed to ask one, but you asked 2. You stuck in another one about the infrastructure needs of schools. So I'll talk to both. We have 2 state universities, the Edo State University and the Ambrose Ali University. The Edo State University is relatively new, but in the short period, it has become one of the best universities in the South, and its medical school is probably one of the best medical schools in Nigeria. So that university particularly is going along nicely. Where it is now is in the process of transition between the starting vice chancellor and the new vice chancellor. So the governing council of that university must go through a process of picking the best person possible as the vice chancellor. If they do that, they'll continue the trajectory and growth of that university. So I don't worry too much about Edo State University. Edo State University has also found a way to find revenue. It generates revenue from hostel fees and other activities that consultancy services provides. Ambrose Ali University is a bit different. Ambrose Ali University was brought up when Edo State was Vendel and we had a lot more money. And the university depended entirely on the state for its resources. So today, that the university must, in addition to what the state brings, start thinking about finding other sources of revenue. The same way universities here find other sources of revenue. Alumni grants, donations from alumni. Something that the present government has always talked about is how will some of our universities collaborate with international universities and see how they can be a symbiotic relationship. So what that university needs to do is find sources of revenue that can complement its development. In the meantime, Pastoral and I would commit ourselves to providing resources so that the university can find its way back to where it used to be before. If you recall, there are many of you in this room that are alumni of Ambrose Ali University. It's many great people have come out of that university. What has happened to it in the last few years hasn't been very established. So we need to kind of bring the university back on. A new governing council has now been formed. The strong governing council. They will start the process of employing a new vice chancellor, a new registrar, so they will strengthen the university and strengthen its faculties. Luckily, a lot of the staff have remained, so they still have strength in their staff. Because I've talked to a number of the staff in the university, we're lucky there. So we'll just ensure that we maintain the growth trajectory and find resources for the university. But we're fully committed to ensuring that the 2 tertiary or universities that we have in Edo State grow to become world-class institutions. And it's achievable, and we'll do it, and we're focused on it. As regards schools and infrastructure, I said when I was talking that we need to find money for the infrastructure. We've been able to get the curriculum right, we've been able to train our teachers, we've been able to employ more teachers, so our students, the stuff they learn is true good stuff now. So what we need to do is create an environment where they learn, and that environment is a good learning environment. Because not all the schools are where we want them to be. So we need to invest a lot more in the schools, and we'll do so. Okay? We'll find capital to do that. Okay, you have questions from this video.
Vanessa, thank you very much. Thank God. Okay, let me thank you for your complimentary statements about my being very open while I was the chief of staff for our SSG. I promise that if we get elected, I promise that when we get elected, I will remain myself. I will not change. Our government, like I said before, will be transparent and open. We run an open government where our citizens will have access to us. And our principal went for us to promise that we'll find time to live among our people, find time to go to the local government council and stay with our people and get to understand the challenges and what we need to do. Take for instance, I believe if I go to Govazua to spend a week, there's no way I will stay in Govazua and not visit the schools in Govazua. There's no way I will stay for 1 week and not visit the health centers. If the staff of those institutions know that the governor or the deputy governor is going to be around, they will make sure that they will be at work. So we have promised you, and we'll keep to it. For our youth, they are very creative, and the biggest challenge, like we all say, is security. If there's security and electricity, they will find job, even for themselves. You know that. And we have creative hubs. We started with one in Benin. There's nothing wrong in having one in every local government. What do you need? Electricity and fiber optics. Once they have access to electricity, just leave these boys and girls, they will find job for themselves. They are too creative. The average little boy of there is too creative to be jobless. Our responsibility to create the enabling environment for them to try. We will do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to have another 3 lines of questions. Let's take someone from the middle. Main local government area, your question.
Thank you, sir. My name is Francis Osaro Saike. I'm from the Kenwan Road, Oredo local government area in the city. I'm an alumni of the University of Benin. I am an investment advisor for Bank of America Merrill Lynch in Boston, Massachusetts, Providence, Rhode Island. My questions are quickly is on job creation. I wrote it down that way for Ogie. Now, first, allow me to thank you, Sir, for including those of us in diaspora in the process of the campaign. I appreciate the shared passion between you and the Deputy Barrister, Sir, to develop the bill. My question is about job creation. Is one quick show in modern times of successful government is how many jobs it's created, excluding direct government spending. What sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, financial services is government targeting to do a quick turnaround for creating jobs? And I say this because I listened to your manifesto very carefully. It has short-term, medium, and long-term goals. But in a very quick turnaround, what sectors is it targeting to create jobs? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, do I see you open?
My name is Louise Aikoma from Bese. I work with Echoes of Women in Africa in Edo States. I was just on holiday for this campaign visit, and I had to make sure I was here to listen and of course to take something back to my constituents. The women civil society groups in Edo State have been working to have an audience with you, sir, the incoming governor and the incoming deputy.
Please, can we keep it quiet?
We've not been able to have that audience. For me, it is a rare privilege to present what we've been wanting to share with you. I so thank you for your concern about the poverty of persons in Edo State. And I want to say, amongst the poor, the women are the poorest of the poor. For example, you tell a child to draw poverty, the first thing they will draw is a woman. That shows that women, the poverty is feminized already. And how do we overcome feminization of poverty in Edo State?
Okay, thank you
So
very
my
much.
question is,
Take another question.
we have submitted a bill to the Edo State government on women economic justice since 2022. This is a solution to the poverty. Sir, you talk about inclusive governance with women. Please, sir, we really want you to put it to practice. Not that when you are there, because I've seen your inauguration, they'll begin to say, where are the women? We don't want that, sir. So in doing that, we have the gender policy of Edo State of 40% affirmative action. And His Excellency, the Governor, President incumbent presently, has done a lot on visibility of women. And we are counting on you to ensure that you go above 40%.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to take 2 questions here. Thank you, Paul. Please, we will get to everyone. We have about 30 minutes. Please, we will try and get to you.
My name is Peter Igudaro from Oregon. My question is, when are we going to play Edo? Yes, and just I want to know if after getting people can help us with that, to vote, to be able to vote. Want to be able to vote within other countries in West Africa, conducting votes. The diaspora are able to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody from, I don't know here. I don't know.
Hello.
Hold on.
Good evening. My name is Mr. Omasa Ofuya. I'm rooted in Bethlehem. I grew up in Ekoma and I grew up in Benin. Asian area has perennial shortage of water. Your health depends on water. Economy depends on water. I know Mr. Igudalo had touched on water and also on agriculture. With these 2 things, you can prosper. However, you need money. I will suggest to you that take statistics of the Edomites in America. It's not that there are many, we have a number. If we have 10,000 Edo people in America, and we say we contribute $10 every month, which we can do very easily. You are looking at about $100,000 every month. If you multiply that by 1 year, you have 1.2 million. You can start from there. You can have all the programs in this world. If you don't have money, you can do nothing. That's my submission.
Thank you. So that was a comment. So let me just keep one more to ask a question and then we'll turn it over.
Maybe.
Sorry.
Let's answer this one.
Okay, all right.
And then we'll just take one more round after.
Okay, all right.
Because I see people like begin to get tired. And people need to go home after a hard week. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Francis, thank God you woke up very late, so you can help us find money. But thank you for your question, great question about creating jobs. My presentation, I talked about agriculture, low-hanging fruits. Where's Joe? Okay, my brother Joe. He helped design what we call the Edo State Oil Palm Program, which is the fastest way to create jobs in the state in recent times. And that's how we've driven Edo State into becoming the top oil palm producing state in the country, and it's pushed Nigeria to number 2. So we'll continue along the agricultural lines. Agriculture has always been the major employer of labor. But we need to make agriculture more interesting. Many of our youths don't want to go to war and contracts. So we need to make it fully mechanized. So we will invest in agriculture extension, agriculture support, financing into agriculture, so that many of our youths can truly become great investors in the agriculture sector. That's how we can employ a lot more people very quickly. It will also help our guys with these small and medium scale enterprises and businesses. They don't employ as many, but in replication, they can employ many people. So we'll do that in the short term. Excess from agriculture goes into manufacturing. If we create an enabling environment, investments will come. That's a medium-term plan because they have to construct and build. But we will employ, there's no country that develops that doesn't have a strong manufacturing base. So we will develop our manufacturing base and we'll employ people. And I also talked about the low-hanging fruits. You know, in Nigeria today, through the banking system, $20 billion is remitted from all you guys in the diaspora, about 20 billion. And that's excluding the one about, please help me take $100 home or $200 home. That's not counted. Now, so maybe we have about $30 billion coming into Nigeria. Half of that is from Edo State remittances. Half of that. So, what we need to do is get you guys to come. When you're sending money home, you send $100, $200, maximum 1,000. If you come on holiday, you will still give that 1,000 and you will spend your own 2,000 when you're there. So that in itself creates a multiplier economy and creates its own jobs. So for me, those are low-hanging fruits. And once we get security right, tourism, another very low-hanging fruit. So Francis, there are many great opportunities to create jobs in our state. We will take short-term, medium-term, and long-term. But you know that except we create quality jobs in the state, we cannot move the state to the first level or to the first world. And so that's a priority for us. And I'll be knocking on your door for a very much. Thank you. Madam Police, you know, I have to say this, and I'm saying it from a very good place. I'm extremely partial towards women, extremely. And I'll tell you one reason out of many reasons. My mother was the first female permanent secretary in Nigeria. She became permanent secretary in Nigeria when there were no women around at a higher level of government. And she was probably the only woman permanent secretary in Nigeria for nearly 10 years. So I'm partial towards, she was lonely at the top because there were only men around her for nearly 10 years. So I know how it is. I've served as chairman of very many boards, many. And one thing I can tell you is that those boards that are predominantly male dominated often make, I don't want to say wrong, but not totally wholesome decisions sometimes. When you have a good balance of men and women, you know, the ego level of men is quite high. Women don't with that. Women are strong on being reasonable. When those arguments and the board meetings get to a level where they're high, they bring everybody down the good temperature, and then they say the reasonable thing that should be done. So, for me, and I said it when I was presenting, you don't tie one hand behind your back. You must use both. must use women. Women balance you. Those, if you look at the countries that do extremely well, they have a good balance of men and women on the boards. And we know that in Edo State, that has done well in the last 7 or 8 years, there's an increased good balance of men and women in cabinets and in agencies. And we will do better. If it's a 40-60%, we'll try and get it to 50-50 at least. And we have a number of our women in the room, you know, and they contributed significantly to the development and strength of the state. And there's no other way. So that's our full commitment, madam. And we promise you. You talk about your economic justice bill. We'll check it out, we'll inquire into and find out where it is. We'll look at it. We have a state assembly now that's truly proactive, very proactive. So we'll find out where it is. I think it's a private bill, right? It's not from the government. It's a private bill, a private member's bill. So we'll see where it is, and we'll look at it and we'll support it. Once it's something that is enhancing women emancipation, we'll support it. We must create an environment where women feel secure, safe, and feel strong contributors to the environment. Okay? Yes. You don't want to answer that. No. Peter, you are talking about the new constitution. The way the Nigerian constitution is today does not permit for us to have our own constitution. Before 1966, each region, we had 4 regions, each region had its own constitution. And probably those are the great days of Nigeria, you know. But today, with the constitution we have, you can't have your own constitution, but you can create your own laws that guide you very strongly, you know. And you create as many laws as possible that guide you very strongly within the ambits of the constitution that we have today. But I can tell you that the question you asked on diaspora voting is very dear to me, but it's a federal issue. So one of the things I will do at National Economic Council meeting is to push for my brother governors to support me in pushing for Nigerians abroad to be able to vote. So what we will probably need to do is work with INEC and get an electoral law that enables Nigerians in the diaspora to vote. And we find a process for them to be able to vote safely and transparently. It doesn't make sense for us to have this many Nigerians abroad and they have this commitment to the social and economic life of the country and the states, and they cannot vote. It doesn't make sense. Or they cannot vote because they are far away, even if they have PVCs. So we will work on that. It's important. But it has to be a collaborative effort, convincing our brother governors to think the same way. Many of them don't have the same vibe. Like I said, the Edo State has probably half the diaspora population coming from our state. And so we have a bigger interest in that. But we will, something we'll work on, okay? I think there's a question, I think Chief Ofuye, I think. You're talking about water. You're talking about water in Eastern area. And I spoke about it, we need about 21 billion naira to fix water in every part of Eastern. Our water level is bad, but we had water before in Eastern land, pipe one water many years ago. The other side of the coin is that we have citizens that are not as responsible as they should be. They go vandalizing some of government projects, you know, water, transformers and things. But we need 21 billion for Edo Central Eastern land. It's really bad. And then Edo North, we probably need another 30-something billion, and Edo South about 10 billion. Edo South is much better than every part of the state. But all around, we need about 65 billion to improve the water situation in the state and to ensure that nearly everyone gets water. It's going to be tough, but we need to find project money, and we'll find it over the 4 years. Hopefully, we want to be there for 8 years, and if we do very well, you guys will vote for us for a second term. So over the life of the government, we should be able to solve the water problems in the state. It's not rocket science. And you know, if Israel could solve its water problems, I don't see any reason why we can't solve our water problems in Nigeria. Okay? I think that's it.
So just a quick recap here. If anyone has asked a question that is similar to yours, please, let's just hold on. Let's give this last round to people who haven't asked questions that haven't asked. Princess, can you take one person there, please?
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to thank you for putting yourself out there for this job. I know it's not easy. I'm here, over here. This way, this way, this way. Okay. My name is Daniel Okoto. I'm a physician. I was born, bred, watered, and battered in Benin. Not my parents are from Delta State, but my best friends in Benin. And I'm married in Benin. So I have an interest concerning this state and to see it grow and grow better. Now, my question is, you were talking about environment and all that. I did not hear anything about waste management.
I spoke about it. I did so.
Okay. So, because when you go around Benin, it is very, very, very dirty and eyesore. Even when I was growing up there, over 60 years now, the new Benin market is heap. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take somebody here.
You can take that. We can take 3 more questions because we talked about that before. So that's okay.
Hi, my name is Ryan Airborne. I am trans 17. I'm a Pan-African image maker, filmmaker, and art curator. So my question is in relation to the arts. Nigeria has a lot of talented people across film, fashion, art, and design. So I'm just curious on what your plans are specifically to amplify the artistic community in those space so that it's part of the cultural conversation around Nigerian artistic output, and how can the diaspora help support that?
What?
Did you hear that? I'll just take one person, I don't know.
Hey, my name is Samuel Odebode. I'm from Owa, end of the Owa East and Owa West, I don't know, with the bad road now, I think Owa is almost becoming part of Ondo State now, because that's the only, I know we all know the answer there.
Wait. So that you want to hear something quickly. Before we get on to me answering the question, it sticks in their mind, it's not correct. The best road from Benin to Ogie is 201. Somewhere, and you are from Benin to Ogie, and then 2 hours 35 minutes. So those things will be down the home in a long time.
I was actually there, and I came back through bus. I actually passed through Sobet and Mondo Oasis. Anyway, my question, we were out Twitter and Twitter chat session. It goes back to project management department we spoke about. We really need it. The era of government just waking up and saying, oh, I'm going to be a skyscraper from Green Road to Okita Market. How was it planned? How many years was it planned? What was the impact assessment? So we need to have project management department who already have series of projects that need to be done. It can be as small as a little project in secondary schools. That's where another suggestion comes. Diaspora ministry. We need a ministry dedicated to diaspora. I went to Pastoral High School, DHS. We just finished building the biology lab now. There are a lot of people doing a lot of projects in their schools, but it's scattered. There's no plan. So it needs to be organized through the Ministry of Education. And through that promotion, you know, okay, the state government will do that. Then we need funds for that. We are spending as a government. That's part of what part of that. My question is simple. What is your plan? Sorry, give you just one thing you are going to do for all people.
That's the question.
Can we take one more? I'm not looking at anybody. Everybody's fighting me now. Which one do you want to? So we're going there. That's it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Your Excellencies. My name is Asue from Isako. My question is simple. Basically, we all know that, like you said, Edo State has half of the people in diaspora, and it is definitely okay. We're definitely going to have people traveling. So how are you going to improve the people that are going, the new generation that are going to be traveling out of the States with vocational courses, preparing them, knowing fully well that as much as everybody wants to go to school, you can provide the amount of jobs necessary to cater to all these people graduating. So a lot of people are going to go from secondary school and try to travel. How do you go about promoting more vocational courses to protect or provide for these people so that when they travel, they're already equipped with the necessary skills to go into the job situation?
Please answer.
Okay. We're done, right?
We're done.
Not wet.
Daniel is yes, we are doing 150%. And we need to do a lot of waste management. So we'll look into waste to power, we'll look at how we'll sanitize and effectively collect waste. Part of the problem is that we don't have effective waste dump and recycling centers and recycling dump sites and centers. So we need to get that right. But most importantly, we need to find how we convert waste to power. And we need to get our people clean again. People need to learn the marketplaces in the surrounding houses. People keep their surroundings clean. You know, we used to be clean many years ago, and we need to go back to that again. So it's key. And it's also a health issue. The density surrounding creates a lot of health issues. So we must deal with that. I didn't catch your name, ma'am, but I understood your question. I was talking about the arts and support for the arts and support for the youth and all of that. We have the Victor Whitefield Hall, and we have other centers where we create facilities for creatives in the States to explore their talents, to grow their talents. What we'll probably also do is provide sources of financing for our creatives. You know, ironically, 8 years ago, when Governor Obaseki was doing his inauguration ball, one of the artists that played that day for free was Rima, right? Today, you can't get him to and play here for free. That day, he was up and coming, and that's just 8 years ago. That means he grew up in an environment that enabled him. And we have a lot of artists that have been enabled. Edo State has probably the best production facility in Nigeria. And a lot of our young boys and girls use the facility. So we'll continue supporting the arts, we'll continue supporting them in technology, we'll continue supporting them in sports. I don't want to imagine how much our sportsmen abroad repatriate home every year. So we'll get them to repatriate even more and to get involved in business. Yes, I agree with this issue of project management. We need to improve our project management capabilities. Before, in the civil service had strong projects. So they had project management facilities that reviewed the projects that governments went into. So yes, we'll increase our project management capabilities so that the projects that we have and we undertake in the state are fit for purpose and are world class and better than even projects in the private sector and projects that can stand the test of time anywhere. You talked about projects in schools. I think they've improved projects in schools that have been able to organize them. I remember I was on the board of, I think, ETI College, one of the girls' colleges. And we were trying to streamline the projects that we were going to do. And I think that will improve. I agree with you that you cannot have haphazard projects being done. The projects need to be streamlined for the benefit of the schools. And that's also why I'm calling for adoption of schools, return of schools to missionaries, so that we reduce the burden of the state. We'll do a lot of that. Unwan people, what we do, Unwan people want many things, like many people in Nigeria. They want many things. The last time I was around Unwan Day, I was there. They gave me a long list. They want a university, they want a polytechnic, they want us to revamp Asue, they want more roads, they want cocoa plantation, they want mass, MTN mass. They want... So when I asked them, what's the one thing that you want the most? They're all confused. But seriously, we'll create a good quality of life all through those states. We'll create and seek to create prosperity. The one people I suspect what they want the most is a tertiary institution, I suspect, from my conversations around. The ones that have been known for being first-class civil servants and first-class administrators and first-class university professors. So I think that's what they want. Instead of all many things, but sifting through, I think what they want the most is a tertiary institution. And we'll see what we can do about that. Promoting vocational courses, I can answer you, but I suspect that my deputy can answer that question better. Okay?
I need to stand up. Our brother asked of a vocational institution where we train our youth for them to travel out and get good jobs. Is this still there? Yes. I'm sure many of us remember Benedict College. How it was 10 years ago, and how the school is today. We have fully revamped Benedict College. We remember the School of Nursing. The state of School of Nursing when Obasanjo came to office. Today is a brand new college of nursing sciences. We are building a brand new school of health tech. All this we are doing is to make sure that our boys and girls are well skilled so that they can get proper jobs both in Nigeria and outside the country. So it is work in progress. I've been part of all this. I believe we know what to do. Thank you very much.
I thank you all for your questions and for listening patiently. Distinguished Senator Zamere, are you here?
Yes.
Can we hear from you, sir? Just 2 quick words. Thank you very much. Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let us appreciate the presence of the Almighty God in our midst. Now, I am back home. This is my home. This is where it all started in the 70s.
Please, can everyone please be quiet? Please, we're all confused, please.
I started from Brooklyn. And I'm here. I attended practice. Some people in the Nigeria, instead of observing God, attended university, went to an institute. They didn't know the difference between practice institute and so institute. And I said, well, I'm not the most, but even if I was, so that I would have gone to it, tailoring in the better school. However, there is a thing. Let me appreciate every one of us here. You are listening to the Maui side. To uplift to our dear brother, our next governor, Asue, and his deputy governor, Ogie. Asue is the great boss, Ogie is the alternative. And ladies and gentlemen, you cannot compare the half a man and a man and a half. Like Pastoral Ogie has said, let them come and talk to us. Let them come and talk to us. Ogie is a seasoned lawyer and a singer and a public servant. Yes. The man to have them. The man who has been in 1999. They took 1999, right? Yes. About that space. And here is his principal, seasoned and corporate lawyer. Yes. The man is going to his lawyers. He didn't go to okay. He did not go to jail with the man. And he had classmates. They said, Oga, I thank you for your life. Your father was accountant, my father was teacher. But what is important is for you and I to go to improve our life beyond for our parents. That's exactly what this man has done. He has improved his life with his parents left. The parents were not millionaires. What they have? Sound name, good name. That's the foundation. They let down. So when you have this combination, to me, it's difficult to force. It's difficult to force. What we need from you is that you can change the narrative. The Jewish American change what happened. They decide what happened in Israel. From here, you here can change and direct us there to do the difference. You know what? There are many people at home. There are many people that listen to you at home. Ladies, this is the big apple. As well as Ogie decided to make this the last. The reason is that they know this is the big apple. Because the city is so fascinated that that will be called like New York, New York. And you never sleep. Yes or no? Never sleep. So when you live here, Professor Ozan is just like this was Ozan. Of course, if you know her, this was Ozan. That's the PhD. She brought her mother. Professor, you know, what was the principal being 7 years ago? When Mama was living, before 85, she said, my son, I'm convinced that this man will be governor of the district. And something stand into her that, not come for this one, hey, we are not seeing home. In other words, she has realized that you don't want to give no to because of what Asue has told every one of us here. We all came here inside of the military. It's up to you, for you to decide to live here. It's also up to you for you to go home and make a difference. Because living is better than Now, let me come to those parties.
They have no candidate. Do they have candidate? No. They have no candidate. The way the economy is in Nigeria today, we live all over the world. You need an economist, a lawyer, and a lawyer that will try the process. You cannot go and bring Aki Akoko. The government is a serious business. If you are coming from Guinea and you are passing around the old toll gate station Lagos, you know, it's only Lagos that does not welcome anybody. Every other state welcomes you to that state. Lagos says, nobody welcomes you to Lagos. There's a signboard you see, this is Lagos. But you are 18 ocean. You do well in survive in Lagos. You don't do well in survive. But there's one sign that they left. It says, sheep business is a serious business. By the left, you remember, you live, it says, sheep business is a serious business. Therefore, government is a serious business. You don't bring Aki Akoko or one strong man will decide that, oh, I'm going to be the one that will bring the next government for the nation. Yeah, no. From 9%, opposition is ethnic to decide for us. Let us be wise. And to the police here, I plead with you. Let us try as much as possible to put, let us put the beef and lettuce in the bread to make it hot. When you remove the beef and lettuce from the bowl level, it becomes ordinary bread. How do you put this in unity? If we come together and support this man and his running it, we will move to the next level in our lives. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all coming. I thank you all. I wish every one of us that those who came from Canada, Boston, we in New York, came from Brooklyn, I used to live in East New York. I know I also drove a yellow car, but I drove a Jeep there. I think one of my friends that was from America in the mid-70s are sitting down right there. They're all retired now. Please try to come home, my dear brother. God bless every one of us.
Thank you, Senator. Please, we would like to call Mrs. Victoria Apple to come and just give a few words. Just 2 minutes, please. There's something unique about you. Please give her a round of applause.
My dear brothers and sisters, the choice is very clear to us. We have heard our incoming governor and we have heard our deputy incoming governor. We now have the opportunity to elect the leader who is not only capable but also deeply committed to the progress and prosperity of Edo State. Asue Ighodalo is that leader. But he cannot do it alone. He needs you, and you to support him. He needs your vote. He needs your active participation in this campaign. He needs you to be able to bring about the change we in Edo so desperately need. I urge each and every one of you here today to become ambassadors of this Asue Ogie movement. It is a move. Talk to your family, talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors, both here in Diaspora and back home in Edo. Spread the word about Barrister Asue Ighodalo and Barrister Ogie. Vision for a better Edo State. Encourage them to come out in large numbers on September 21st and vote for progress and development and for a better future. Let us not also forget the power we hold as a united community. When we stand together, we can speak in one voice and we should speak in one voice. We can achieve anything, we can bring about the change in the state. We can make Edo State the envy of Nigeria, a state where every citizen can live with dignity, opportunity, and hope, and earn to make history. Let us seize it with both hands. Let us work tirelessly in the days and the weeks ahead. I am going to Nigeria next week and ensure that Asue Igodalo and Barrister Salodi Ogie are elected as the next governor and the next deputy governor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. All right, we now call on Dr. Princess Lizzie Ojugo Okoji. Please come take the word. 2 minutes, ma'am. Please clap for her as she comes up. Please clap for her.
Well, this is not a party. We're going to play that music for the victory party. Yes! Which is going to be happening. You all know where it's going to be happening. You're all going to come to your house, which is Hollywood. Present Australia. Hollywood movie, right? So, because you cannot have a business like that in the United States that will bring my brother here. So you would have been there, you can have fun, you can do whatever you want to do over there. Anyway, let's go. You see, all these questions you all asked today, very, very important. Unfortunately, because I cannot blame you all, it's the way they have pushed us and they put us in the bottom and lock us in Lagos and lock us in Abuja. You need to see what those people are doing in the diaspora. Where are the bulldozers of the diaspora? If you go to any business, anywhere that is flourishing, let me talk about New Jersey, because that's where I live, right?
Yes, sir.
People will come, they'll say, who owns this business? They'll say, I want Nigeria woman. So they'll say, no. They will come. Sister, I know where you are from. I said, how do you say, oh no, you have to be from Edo State. You know what I'm talking about? So, all we beg our brother, I have passion for this man. Because when he's talking, when nobody go call me a few months ago, I'm not a politician. But my brothers are politicians. You know, Senator Ogie. So, he says, check this man out. I went into my spiritual realm and I checked him out. You're already a governor. So, what did I do? Because it's a pain in my soul that we, presenters, all of us, we are bulldozing Lagos, we are bulldozing Abuja, investing, pumping money into it. And we cannot go to our land to invest. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. And when I look at my company in Lagos, I see young people working for me. You have people that will go there, they start even clearing the land. I even have some land that you have people, they are not visiting the land. If our people say that, I pay 100,000 every month to those people. If we have such a place in Vision, our youth not going to have jobs, that's why I put it up for myself. Because you don't know, you might think it's just poor. You have to wear that shoe to know what I'm talking about. That I have to go to Nigeria, do the mansion in Lagos, then stay in Lagos for 3 months, from February to April, and I couldn't go to my village. That is sad. That's why when I went there, I said, you know what? We are expecting the government here. But let me also let my people know that if I have faith in this man, they all just have to bow. So what did I do? I spoke to my brother. Senator Ogie. I said, brother, I have faith in this man. What do you think? Are you for him or you are against him? He said, of course I'm for him. For those of you that have listened to my social media that I've been doing right from the day God has been ministering to me, even sometimes I'll be still patient. I will tell my patient, wait, I need to say something on the video.
You see some of my videos, have my scraps, have my, So, I invested in the news in Nigeria. If you go to Benin right now, everything is bad.
We'll complete this story on a victory party.
There is a people in Benin and one nation. What am I trying to say? My brothers, Governor Asue and Deputy Governor, all we beg you all is to be serious with the security. Remember we had the Zoom with you, sir. And my daughter was the one that asked that question because I couldn't stay for the Zoom. And he said, sir, my mom is so concerned about security. Everything that you want to do is our dreams. We, the people in the diaspora that are doing good, we want to come home and develop our lives. Like now, somebody was talking about, what is it called? Janitorial services. So, what will stop you that is living here? When we have security to go home, why don't you go to Benin City and open that janitorial services and you be the one doing that as a business? Because I always say when I do my talk show, it's easier for you to become a CEO in an undeveloped country than a developed country. Because if you go to Nigeria, you can easily start up a business. I know you I will use that 1 minute to tell you what I will be going on. I will use that 1 minute.
That's 4 minutes too much.
Just listen, please. Give it to the governor and the deputy governor. You are only them listening to listen. Because I'm not trying to impress anybody. All I beg the governor and the deputy governor is to create security for us. You know my family already. You know my cousin, my brother that created the refinery. So, we already asked, I don't know who already shout out my brothers to invest in the loan. Because I'm afraid. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
There is one important thing. New Yorkers, if you go to the last thing, this program is going to go. There's a very important program we need to go last. Yes, please, one important thing we need to do, please. New Yorkers, one important thing we need to do. Before we start taking pictures.
Okay, can we have AI and Pastoral and the New York team please come and say?
We need people on the stage. And Pastoral, please come to the stage. We need representatives from all local governments.
And all local governments. Local government.
People from Boston. New York representatives. Please, we need you to come to the stage. This is very important. All cameramen, we need to do something very important. Yes. Please, we want please, can you all come to the stage? There is something very important we need to use, we need to do now to close this call. Very important. We want it to go viral. We need your support in this. Our delegates are going to the stage. We need us. Please, we need everybody. This is very important. Cameraman, please. If you want to video this, video please. I'm not trying to get your business together. Now, we are going to lift up your hands and say the New Yorkers are supporting Asue and Ogie. Please, you will lift up his hand. You will lift up his hand and say we are supporting him now. Go ahead. We are supporting him. The New Yorkers, we are supporting now. Please, make sure you take this in mind. Take a picture, take a photograph of it. Lift up your hands, lift up your hand, everybody. Yes. Thank you so Please, everybody, let it go viral. Let it go viral. The New Yorkers are supporting America. They are supporting Asue. Please, let it go viral. Let it go viral. Lift up your car. Lift up your car. Lift up your car. Where we run. Let it go viral. That's right. Thank you very much.
I don't like that.
Please let it go viral. Let it go viral. Everybody, let it go viral. Shake everybody. Shake everywhere. Let it go viral. What a way to end this show. Let it go viral. Let it go viral. Let it go viral. Please make sure you record it and let it go viral. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Yes, you can stay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because I'm ready to crown this song. The people from Boston, all the people from Boston, please go back to the stage. All the women, come around the whole lady. Hey, everybody, come around the whole lady. What's the people? I want to say, all the please. All the people want to join. When you appreciate it, you need to say for other people to take picture, please. Thank you. If you are finished, let other people go on the stage, please. I know you are happy to have these two great, wonderful men. Don't worry, we are coming back in November for the celebration. We are coming back. All right, what's the people? Some close and the people. What's the people? Let the president. Please, if you are not from Boston, leave the state. If you are not from Boston,